dye on my eye, so I can't see anything hardly out of this eye at all. Huh? Yes.
If you permit me a couple minutes, I have to make a copy of this because Counselor Williams doesn't have one, okay?
He can have my yellow one, I guess, because I have this one. Isn't this the same?
Do you have two of them? Yeah, you do.
And then there's the agenda you can look at.
I'm here, I'll be right back. I have to start.
Are we on? Good evening. Thank you.
There's no parking up there.
Good evening and welcome to the January 7th, 2025 Township Council Conference Meeting, our first conference meeting of the year 2025. We welcome you. This is a conference meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair and is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on the Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is scheduled pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R24-249, adopted by the Town Council at its regular meeting of November 26, 2024. It's advertised to the official newspapers on December 12, 24, December 17, 24, December 26, 24, and January 2nd, 25. It was posted on the bulletin boards outside the municipal building and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of our township clerk. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
Of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Here.
Counselor Birmingham,
Here.
Counselor D'Amato,
Here.
Counselor Lockman,
Here.
Counselor Toller.
Good evening, here.
Good evening. Counselor Williams.
Here.
Mayor Baskerville.
Present. And I just, for the purposes of the audience, please, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Joe Garcia, our interim township attorney.
Congratulations, Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year, and thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
At least on your level.
I'm honored for the temporary appointment, and I'm excited to serve Montclair and get started. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to have a period of public comment. For those of you who don't know, you're required, please, to sign up in our book here. Then you'll get a number. And oh, yes, I'm sorry. Excuse me, we're going to do the proclamation first. My apologies. Yes. Because it's not even on my agenda. Is it on yours? We have a proclamation in recognition of New Jersey Muslim Heritage Month. Our fourth ward counselor, Amina Toller, will present the proclamation. If there are people here who would like to come forward to receive the proclamation, we welcome you to come forward at this time.
Yep, please come on up and join me. Thank you. All right.
How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you? Thank you. Good evening. Thank you all for being here. This recognition is a significant step towards promoting tolerance and acceptance among communities, and it serves as a reminder that discrimination and hate have no place in New Jersey. January Muslim Heritage Month will advocate for inclusion. It is crucial that we acknowledge and celebrate the contributions of the Muslim community to our state and our township's diverse heritage. Muslim Heritage Month not only recognizes the rich cultural contributions of Muslims, but also creates an opportunity for us to deepen our understanding of the religion, customs, and traditions. Additionally, it is crucial that we protect the rights of Muslim children and ensure that they can express their religious identity without fear or discrimination or bullying. By advocating for inclusivity and raising awareness around Muslim Heritage Month, we can foster a more welcoming and accepting environment for all of our children. I won't read this full proclamation, but I will read one portion of it where it says, whereas designating January as Muslim Heritage Month will help highlight the many achievements and successes to the township's Muslim community and further inspire younger generations to contribute toward the prosperity of our beloved township. As you know, Governor Murphy signed a joint resolution back in April 2023 designating January as Muslim Heritage Month here in New Jersey. Building on that, I felt it was appropriate to present this proclamation to the Muslim community here in Montclair, New Jersey.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you.
Alaikum salam.
On behalf of the brothers and sisters of Masjid Ul-Wadud, I accept this proclamation for the celebration of American Muslim Month, Heritage Month. We are very excited and pleased that you are accepting us into the fabric of this wonderful town that I grew up in. Thank you very much.
In the name of Allah, beneficent and merciful. This is, a good moment for us. We, receive some complaints about anti-Semitism, and sometimes they're exaggerated and they're pointed at you for a reason. They're political reasons sometimes. And what we've done is we've reached out to ISNA, we've reached out to some of the college campuses that have Islamic organizations to review the complaints so that they can validate them, including the UN. Some remember I worked for Balozi Muhammad at the Third World Trade Institute in Harlem. So we had a relationship with Amura Yusufu in the Organization of African Unity, and they still lend themselves, their legal department, to us so that we can explore and research certain things. And we're researching some of the complaints that developed right here in this council about Muslims, about our Imam, Dawood. And this is very pointed. The governor, he's also reached out. Tonight, we also have some of our visitors here. I'll mention this again when I get up to speak. But we have the mayor from East Orange, Ted Green, Muslim brother. We have Mayor Warren from Orange. We have some council members from East Orange and our neighbors. Because we did this. Most of us at our age, we did all of this fighting, this racism stuff and this argumentative stuff and attacking our leadership and misappropriating complaints in our direction. We're not taking it. We're not doing just sit down and just observe it. We're going to use our mechanisms to fight it. And we fight all racism to anybody. Islamic, Christian, Muslim, we all are together.
Jewish.
Yes, Jewish, together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So at this time, we're going to invite all of our guests who would like to be heard to please sign in. You'll be given a number, and then when you come to the front, please give us your name and your hometown, and you have a 3-minute limit. And I'm also going to ask, please, I know some of the things that may be said during this time period where we want to hear from all of our guests may be difficult for some people to sit through, maybe because you don't agree and you don't know what to do with what you're feeling. I'm asking you, please, don't shout out and disrespect the speakers. It's okay if we don't always agree on everything, but it's really not okay to disrespect and be rude to people. We want to hear from everybody, and if you will do that, we will try our best to make sure that when you get up to the mic, you're given the same courtesy. So please work with us in that regard. I really appreciate that. Thank you. First guest, please.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville and council members.
Good evening.
My name is Jeffrey Robert Grayson. In the spring of 2024, the people of Montclair elected new local leadership. We grew tired of hearing how 205 Claremont Avenue was dysfunctional and a hostile work environment. Unfortunately, Councilman Eric D'Amato didn't get the memo because the objects of his wrath and hostility have been two African-American women. His behavior has been aided and abetted by other council members that heretofore will be known as the D'Amato 5 against 2. During a recent executive session in December, the councilman went off and began to flex aggressively in his chair while pointing his finger and hurling obscenities at Mayor Baskerville. He then referred to her deceased mother and repeatedly said, "What are you going to do?" In the African American community, "yo mama" and "what you gonna do" are words spoken to goad you into a physical confrontation. The councilman wanted this confrontation with a woman. The 5 against 2 were complicit in their silence. The councilman has attempted to demean and stifle Councilwoman Toller by convening secret meetings and referring to her as a feces stirrer, although his language was more profane. Recently, the councilman was the loudest voice on the council advocating for the safety and concerns of Montclair's Jewish community. All the while, behind the scenes, he was attempting to humiliate, castigate, intimidate, and subjugate 2 African-American women. I didn't come here tonight to play the race card. I came to defend 2 black women because the D'Amato 5 against 2 is rooted in white fragility and white privilege, while also being rooted in suppressing black voices and disregarding black concerns. The God I serve rewards faithfulness and answers prayers, and I pray that he will unify the 5 against 2 so they become the magnificent 7 advocating for the good of all of Montclair's people. I pray that he will examine the hearts of Eric D'Amato and remove the hostility, misogyny, and hypocrisy so that he is less frightening on his next job after he resigns from this one. Mayor Baskerville and Councilwoman Toller, I believe in the protective power of God, and I pray that he will shield you with this verse from the book of Isaiah, chapter 57, verse 17. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment, thou shalt condemn. Praise to God. Thank you.
Excuse me, please, Mr. Grayson. Excuse me, Deacon. And I don't normally do this, but there was something that I heard in your words that I'm not at all aware of, and they are particularly hurtful to me. There was something in what you were saying about making reference to my deceased mom.
Yes.
And I am not aware that that happened. If it happened, I might have been feeling uncomfortable and didn't hear it. But for the record, I want it to be known that I am not aware that there was any reference to my deceased mom. My mom served this township very well. The last time I saw my mom in a public venue was sitting in this front row fighting for Canterbury Park, and I'm not aware at all that she was involved in that. And I just wanted to say that because I couldn't just, sit here and I'm not aware that that ever happened. I never heard that. This is the first that I'm hearing anything like that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville, council persons. My name is Campbell Singleton. I'm the senior pastor, Union Baptist Church here in Montclair. I'm coming to make 3 points in 3 minutes in response to what I heard Councilman Eric D'Amato said to Mayor Baskerville in a closed executive meeting on December the 18th. The first point I want to make, it's reckless and irresponsible and also abuse of First Amendment to say what you want to say, when you want to say it, how you want to say it, without careful consideration and thought to its impact on people and community. As a local pastor, I believe my theological understanding is this is consecrated space, and it's dedicated for doing the house, the work of the people. And each of you all represent us. and you also have a responsibility to preserve the good name and reputation of the Township of Montclair. This is the house of the people, and not a sports bar, not an alley or a street corner. In such a place, you would expect vulgar language, and you would expect impulsive action, and without care and consideration. And so we expect and hold our accountable elected officials to demonstrate professional deportment and decorum in conducting the business of the people at all times. The second point is that the office of the mayor deserves respect at all times. Mayor Baskerville has earned the right to sit in this chair. She candidated, she presented herself in such a persuasive and compelling way that the people decided that she would serve in this office. And so she made an oath, and I came here and a promise before God and the people to do her best. And serving God and people is sacred activity. And your personal thoughts and feelings about her is not central. It's the office of the mayor and the work that we need to do to help her to faithfully execute her role and responsibility in here. For any elected official to speak to the mayor in a bullying manner that is threatening, intimidating, and bullying is outrageous, and it is unacceptable. And we're here tonight because we won't stand for it. The third point that I wish to make is the question is, what you going to do about it? So when you speak to the mayor and you say to her what you're going to do about it, you're speaking to the Township of Montclair. You're speaking to the community. You're speaking to all of us. And that is why we are here today. The first action that we're going to take is to show up and to keep showing up until justice rolls down like a river and righteousness like a mighty stream. What you going to do about it? Well, we're demanding action is what we're demanding. First is respect to the office of the mayor. And then also, we need to do an investigation. Is, in fact, Councilman D'Amato's language particularly demeaning to people of color?
Thank you very much, Pastor. I'm so sorry. I apologize, but your 3 minutes is up.
All
I
right,
thank you for being here. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville.
Good evening.
Council people. Hello. I'm Charles Murphy of Montclair, New Jersey. I must say, Mr. D'Amato, it's your show tonight because I think what you presented and what you did was totally unacceptable. And I appreciate you looking at me because I just do not understand the fact of how you can come at two women in the manner that you did. That's totally unacceptable, from you or anybody else. And this council that's sitting up here, I hope there are some repercussions, to what he's doing and what he's did, because this cannot be continued. It was disrespectful. And then I was sitting there and I heard all this and I thought to myself, would you have said that to me if I was sitting up there? Would you have said that to another man? These are women. We don't go there. It's disheartening. Definitely, if an apology have not been given, one need to be given, sincerely. But I also agree that you do not need to be sitting up there because you represent a ward. You represent a ward, and when you disagree, is this what you're going to do? You're going to come at the people who you represent in that type of manner? Whether they're white, black, blue, it doesn't matter. I don't think you gave it any thought as to what you did. It hurts me as a black man to even hear that you said that. But it's not about black and white. You disrespected women. We don't do that. We don't, and we take kind to that. We it's just not acceptable. So if it comes down to it, I'd appreciate if Mr. D'Amato do not have that seat. He definitely need to be out that seat because it's going to alter the decisions that you guys are going to have to make up here as council people. It's going to alter that. That he's allowed to have that power to say what he said and sit in that chair and look at me like it's my fault. That's your fault. You should have never did that. You have my time. Yeah, you throw your hands. You have my time.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Deirdre Malloy, I'm a Montclair resident, and I am speaking as a citizen. On January 2nd, I spoke at the special meeting that was via Zoom, and I addressed Councilman D'Amato's remarks. I'm happy to see that after those remarks, you made some statements in the press admitting to cursing the mayor and Councilor Toller. But as others have said, the question is what's next? And welcome, Mr. Attorney, Mr. Garcia. At that meeting, I asked, were any oaths violated? I also cited the Montclair E-Code for Code of Ethics. And I asked, was there going to be any review as to whether or not there was some violation? I also made comments about others who may have remained silent. I wasn't in the room. And then, Councilor Lockman, after I spoke, you complained about people making their personal grievances heard, suggesting that I was speaking out of turn or in error, exercising my First Amendment right. One, I cited several facts that are irrefutable. Two, the moderator stated that the instructions were for the council people, not for the public. Three, if there's any grievance I have, and I come before this council or any other body, it will be heard. Finally, in terms of grievances, I have some, but I'm going to hold those off for another time because it's not relevant at this present time. I would appreciate it, and I'm sure many others would, that if you're going to treat people in any particular way, you're consistent with how you treat everyone. Now, I'm going to shift gears, and I'm going to talk about an item on your agenda for today, item number 5. Binding resolution determining the present and prospective fair share of fourth round, and I quote, I'm not going to finish it, Senate Bill 880 from the 221st Legislature cites that although the Fair Housing Act, PL 1985, C22, Title 52, 27D-301 clearly states that the state's constitution's affordable housing obligation is comprised of the present and prospective need, quote, for affordable housing. I won't go into any further discussion on what the purpose of the bill is, but I recommend that you add present and prospective need to any language that you write about the fourth round. It's cited throughout the legislature. Mercer County Superior Court Judge Robert Lowy issued a decision denying the 26 towns for the lawsuit, and Attorney General Platkin is asking for dismissal on January 31st. So we shall see how that goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Council.
Good
Happy
evening.
New Year. My name is Maggie Geralman. I'm at 65 Portland Place. Mayor Baskerville and Councilwoman Toller weren't in office 6 months when they were verbally assaulted by Councilman D'Amato. Mayor Baskerville in a closed session of council and Councilwoman Toller over the phone. Each of these elected officials have contributed immensely and selflessly over many years of service to our residents. They were the targets of your abuse and rage, Mr. D'Amato. You were elected to work collaboratively on the council for residents of Montclair, not to undermine their legitimacy and question their leadership. So why then should we, the public, trust in your ability to govern? When let's be real, Mr. D'Amato, I'm a white woman, you're a white man. It's time for you to check yourself. That's coming from me. self-reflection, and I'm not doing this, I'm doing this out of love, because you people know who I am. Self-reflection is a good thing. Damage control, not so good. Your rebuttals, not so good. It just prevents you from being totally honest with yourself. Analyzing our personal and collective power through the lens of misogyny and racism is a challenging and courageous thing to do. It's something we can all do. I believe that the ways we dehumanize others, we dehumanize ourselves. What we do to others, we do to ourselves. Whether you stay in office will be determined, but in the meantime, how you as a representative of township government treat those persons around you is my concern. We can all do better. We must do better. It's a moral imperative that we do better, and it's in our power to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, all. My name is Rhea
Good evening.
Tompkins. I live at Union Garden Apartments, 50 Greenwood Avenue. Most of you have seen me up here many times since 2018. To make it quick, we have a new management company, a new property manager, still the same issue. The building has not gotten any better. Okay. As a matter of fact, it's gotten a little worse. But the reason why I am here is about a month ago, I had a leak in my apartment. The property manager and her super came to my unit to look at my unit. I also told them about other damages, which I have pictures of. They were supposed to come back the next day. Nothing. All right. It's been over a month. I don't talk on the phone. I send emails. Email. I have not gotten even a response from her. So I sent the email yesterday to Carmine Davino. Now my problem is with code enforcement, because about a year and a half ago, and I've waited on purpose, I requested that an inspection come to my unit. Mr. Davino and his supervisor, I forgot her name, they came to my unit, walked all around, everything that's in here and more, including me living at this building for almost 30 years and only had one paint job, okay? Nothing has been done. I never heard back from code enforcement. They claimed that they were going to be sending letters and calls to the property manager. We've been told, oh, well, give her a chance. Well, she's been here over a year. How much more of a chance we're supposed to give her? Number two is, oh, well, it's not that bad. Well, would you want to pay rent and still have to live in these conditions? Okay, so my contention is, I remember when Mr. Russo was on the council, the one thing he did ask code enforcement was, well, who are you here for? Are you here for the tenants or are you here for the landlord? Now, I can't speak for the other buildings in Montclair, but I can tell you one thing. When it comes to Union Garden Apartments at 50 Greenwood Avenue, they're definitely there for the landlord, not for the tenants. I know, because I live there. I'll even go a step further. And on our stairwell, the door, there's no doorknob. If a fire breaks out, guess what? We're stuck. We have to try to run to other units. You know what they have? They have a door stopper. They had a doorknob in there. I guess it was a makeshift doorknob. It was up there for maybe about a month. It must have fell off again. So there's still a doorknob. That is a fire hazard. We've asked, we get nothing done. Y'all all know about it, but I will say this. When it was election time, okay, I was getting notified, okay? People were coming out. Now nothing. That says a lot about this council and about this town. And take a drive up Greenwood Avenue in front of the building and look at the garbage. That'll tell you all you need to see.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening again, Mayor Baskerville.
Good evening.
My name is Keith Ali, lifelong resident of Montclair. In fact, my grandparents settled in Montclair in 1897. Grandfather lived, he got a proclamation here, he lived to be 106. You know, we from the community. And what I don't want to do is just keep repeating about what he did in the closed meeting. But I do have a question for our attorney. He quoted in the newspaper that he was upset because Daoud didn't get fired, the imam from the masjid. He's entitled to his opinion. But he says that his actions were precipitated with his anger at the imam for whatever reason he wants to apply. He quotes 2C29-1 that the public, these ladies and gentlemen and others, that when they came to this microphone, that they should have been arrested. So I'm going to use 50 seconds of my time to give Mr. DeVito a chance to address that. Is that accurate, what I said? It's in the paper. It's in the Lantern. Nikita Hurd wrote this article interviewing you. That was an explanation for what you were doing in the council meeting.
Natalie.
All right, that's not near here or there, but it needs to be looked into. Should take notes on that, council. So I also wanted to express this, that earlier I announced that the mayors of Orange and the mayor of East Orange were here. You know, we're lifelong friends of Renee Baskerville. We cut our teeth on the Young Dems. I saw Joe Fortunato here tonight. His brother was a young Dem. Joe wasn't a young Dem, just to make sure everybody knows. But his brother and his families. Ron Saladin was a young Dem. We worked hard to get into these positions so that we can deliberate on the problems at hand. You seem to be throwing tropes and accusations and arguments and diversions. We went through this. I think we did that with Anthony Imperiali at one time, right? Right? You remember? We're not doing it again. So what should happen, okay, if he survives and keeps his job, you better hold him to, the yardstick, because you would do it to me. As I was a mayor, as a warden of a county jail, I went before the freeholder board and they held me accountable. Every municipality, 21 municipalities, in the capacity of my job, we had to serve and do it evenly and fairly. So you paying attention, Mr. DeVito? We're not happy. We're not happy. D'Amato. Thank you, Mr. D'Amato. We're not happy. We're not happy. And it's not just black or white. If this spilled over to Ms. Lohan or anyone else here, I would come up here if it wasn't resolved and speak on it. Thank you again.
Thank you so
I hope you heed
much.
our words.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Pastor J. Anthony Dargan,
Good evening.
and I am a longtime Montclair resident. My family owns multiple homes here in Montclair. I have a very busy schedule, but I took time out because I thought it was important that I show up. What I heard, what took place, I do not like. I believe that Montclair is much better than this. And I stand in full agreement with what has been said here. I think that there needs to be an apology. I believe that it needs to be said. And we are not going to stand for that type of behavior. I don't think anybody should stand for that type of behavior. I've been dealing this past couple of months with children who has been abused. I've been dealing with women who've been abused, and I am tired of it. Yep. I think it is uncalled for anybody to use that type of language to anybody. And as the gentleman said, I don't think you would use it to me. And you would not use that to anybody. And I appreciate the white woman that stood here to tell you this is not a black or white issue. But this is a matter of respect. I had statements, I wasn't even planning on coming that strong, but I am just deeply bothered by that behavior. And we are all bothered by that, and I wish that you would. And so the Bible teaches us, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to take my seat. Proverbs 31 teaches us that we need to speak up for those who have been harmed. And so I came here today and to speak up for those that have been harmed, to tell them that I'm standing with you. I am so sorry that you've been treated that way. I'm so sorry that you've been treated that way. And I'm glad that we're here. And whether you realize it or not, Mr. D'Amato, there are so many people that you do not see that are here, that we're not going to stand for this no more.
We're mad.
We're not going to put up with this anymore. And if I has to pull some strings, I'm going to pull some strings to get more people to show up and let you know that we're not standing for this behavior. Thank you. May God bless each and one of you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Bill Harrison. I'm going to change the topic. This is for the benefit of your new attorney. I'm sorry, I'm repeating what I've said at multiple other meetings, but I have been chair of the Board of Adjustment now for 37 years. I've been on it for 40 years. I've been practicing land use law for 46, 47 years. People in your firm know me. In November 2023, the Planning Department wrote to the Board of Education to tell them that they need to apply to the Board of Adjustment for their improvements to Woodman Field. In December of 2023, the Board of Adjustment attorney wrote to the Board of Education, said the same thing. Board of Education nonetheless started work. They Township properly issued a stop work order. Board of Education sued with no basis, since the only way any school improvements can be built is by appearing before one of the boards in town. There are two alternate routes. They did neither, ever. The township entered the neighbors made a motion to intervene in the lawsuit. Before that motion was heard, the township settled the lawsuit. That settlement did not deprive the neighbors of their rights under the municipal land use law, because it didn't divest the Board of Adjustment of its jurisdiction, because it couldn't, and certainly didn't say the township was free to violate the municipal land use law. The neighbors appealed the permit the township issued pursuant to the settlement, pursuant to municipal land use law. The municipal land use law requires work to stop. Work did not stop. Board of Adjustment heard the appeal. Board of Education participated through their attorney. Board of Adjustment determined that, in fact, an application to the Board of Adjustment was required, and required all work to stop. Work continued in violation of the municipal land use law and in violation of the rights of the neighbors. I please ask you to inform the council, inform the township manager that they are legally obligated to require the Board of Education to apply to the Board of Adjustment. The neighbors are being damaged by the work that has been done. The council members have heard the complaints from the neighbors. The only way to address those complaints, because the township can't, because of the settlement, do anything other than to enforce the plans which they were approved, do not address those concerns, is to have them apply so the neighbors' concerns can be heard, the Board of Education can be heard. This is a field that needed to be renovated decades ago. It's not an issue of should the field be renovated, it's whether the process should be followed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Dr. Mayor Baskerville.
Good evening.
Happy New Year.
You
And to our new attorney, welcome. I've been in Montclair for a long time. I've served on the NAACP as its president, as vice president. In all my time in Montclair, I have never seen such a racist act perpetrated on our mayor. Never. I've fought racism for more than 40 years. This is the worst I've seen. This is worse than I've seen in some of the towns down south that we visited, trying to get justice for our people. And I keep saying, What has happened to Montclair? What has changed that we would talk to each other that way? That we would talk to women that way? Mr. Diamalo, is that how you were brought up? Is that how you were taught to speak? See, we go back with history. And people like you have a history of degrading our women, of raping our women, have treated them with disrespect. We're not going to allow it. We are not going to. I hope you understand what I'm saying, because I don't think you get it. I know you don't get it. We are not going to take it. Look around. You see people you have never seen here before. And we'll keep coming back again and again and again. We are not going to take it. If you got issues with women, you need to seek some help. That is not how you talk to women. And the mayor's office is a position of authority, power, and respect. Give her that due respect. We're not asking you for anything. We're telling you, respect the mayor. And I have to ask the question, you other people on the council, why did you allow quietness to protrude in that room? Why? Deputy Mayor Anderson, you constantly talk about civility. Is that behavior is what you consider civil? Yes. And Ms. Lockman, Ms. Birmingham, you are women. You allowed that to go down? You didn't say, stop, we won't allow it. In this day and age, you allow the male to talk to a female like that? I am disgusted in this whole council. I have no respect for you, and understand, when you don't show respect, you shall get none. And finally, I'll say this. It is not the words of our enemy that concern me. It's the silence of our friends. You, Ms. Birmingham, Ms. Lockman, Ms. Anderson, you are not friends of the black community. You are not friends of the African American community.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi, good evening. Switching gears to your agenda. Good evening, Mayor Baskerville and Town Council. Anna Grossman, Montclair resident. I support your adopting a flag policy and think it's long overdue given the Supreme Court ruling in 2022. I support our elected council determining which flags will be flown via resolution. I know that the question of developing a policy originally came up in 2023 when the old council received a complaint about a flag. That flag was taken down. I'm sorry that the old council didn't act then on the clear need for a flag policy, and they should have, and it would have spared our community from the harm that has been done. I think flags can mean different things to different people. They're both meaningless pieces of fabric and incredibly important evocative symbols. To that end, I want to point out that when I stand and pledge allegiance in this room, I'm pledging allegiance to two countries. I happen to have an Italian passport as well as a US one, so it shouldn't bother me that there's an Italian flag up there, but it does. As much as I love my birth country and its flag, I do not pledge my allegiance to its right-wing government. Italy's current status when it comes to human rights under its right-wing government is not one I want to salute. Their right-wing government allowed migrants from North Africa to drown in the waters around Lampedusa. The Italian government is building detention camps for refugees and treating them worse than prisoners. My other country exploits workers from Africa to pick fruit without basic health care and housing, let alone fair pay, and the right-wing government does nothing to fix that. My other country won't let my gay friends get married, nor adopt kids, and it has criminalized surrogacy. My other country has a terrible problem with violence against women. So all of that to make this point, I'd like to suggest that you amend your policy to exclude flags that are religious, partisan, or that belong to other countries. But please, let's celebrate our heritages as American people who have in common both our shared history, but also our uniquely different histories and struggles. And let's do it in time for Black History Month, please. I wanted to also, with the 40 seconds I have left, remind you to please be proactive about pending environmental issues. Artificial turf, you know that you're going to have to replace a field. Please start thinking proactively about what's going to happen with that acre or more of plastic and thousands of pounds of microplastics that you can't recycle. PFAS, we have 23 acres of turf with PFAS in it. Each field is estimated to contaminate 800,000 gallons of water per year. I know that doesn't sound like a lot given what we pull, but please think about that. We can't get that PFAS back out from the water we contaminate. And trees, we're ready to help you. Please, let's get to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Do I push?
The green light's on, you're okay.
Thank you.
Good evening.
I'm going to turn this around so everyone can see, if that's okay. Thank you.
Fine.
Hi, my name is Noah Gale, and this is my 20th anniversary, 2 decades living in Montclair. I have lived here since I was 5 years old, a long time, and now I am almost 25 years old. Almost 25. On April 18th, I'll be a quarter of a century. So I've lived here pretty much my whole life. Now, I moved here when I was 5 years old to escape the loud and noisy streets of New York City. And now I am almost 25, a grown man adult in the room. A grown man adult in Montclair.
Yeah.
Speaking of grown adults, being adults in the room, it insults me that Eric D'Amato, if this is all true, I don't know if this is honest or not, if what happened was very honest and the truth, not a lie or not, but if this is true, Councilman Eric D'Amato from the First Ward, I've heard people in the room that is just not okay in this day and age to say racist, nasty, and hurt people's feelings comments or bullies. I do not love bullies. I do not like it when people get meaner as they get older and worse with age. I like it when people are nice and smiley. I like it when people are nice and support one another. And you cannot make any comment that's hurtful, especially about 2 African American women. So, I'm sorry if I'm hurting your feelings, Eric D'Amato, but which I know it's gonna be hurtful to us. But some of us, of the adults in the room, are calling and demanding for Councilman Eric D'Amato from the First Ward for his resignation and to step down immediately. I defend Mayor Dr. Renee E. Baskerville and Councilwoman from the 4th Ward, Amina Toler. I am on their side. I am speaking, in fact, as a Jewish, I'm not even black, and I am speaking on behalf of the black people as a Jewish LGBTQ man. I think we all need to treat people no matter what minority group you're in. I have a dream, as what Martin Luther King said, and I'll reiterate his sentence. I have a dream that one day my 4 little children will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
Thank you, Noah. Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening and Happy New Year. Sarah Avery, Montclair resident. The southern area of Montclair was purchased in 1678 from the Lenape for 2 guns, 3 coats, and 13 cans of rum. Not an equitable transaction, but common practice of those claiming capitalism allows fraud to be committed when one is in possession of greater knowledge and funding. No, nothing wrong with exploiting people with less resources to enrich yourselves. James Williams sold his home 13 Wheeler Street, consisting of 2 lots, as a result of foreclosure to Malgorzata Dolgan for $325,000 in July 2021. 3 months later, the Historical Preservation Commission approved demolition of the structure. 3 months after that, the Zoning Board approved Dolgan's application to build 2 two-family homes, granting 14 variances for radically reduced setbacks, increased bulk, and reduced parking than otherwise required by code. All this for a home in the formerly redlined historically African American neighborhood D22, the same neighborhood in which the township planner used CDBG funds for roadway improvements that should have been paid for with our taxes. These variances contribute significantly to increasing the density of a neighborhood that is already dense and has a parking deficiency. A few months later, Dolgan sold one of the lots for $445,000 at a 174% profit. Wow. Not bad, especially when she didn't add any value. In a legal document issued by the Zoning Board memorializing approval of the variances, the board, quote, concluded that the applicant did prove peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties and undue hardship. Realizing a profit of 174% is hardship? Who protected Mr. Williams from hardship? Certainly not the realtors, attorneys, or this town. Between 2004 to 2010, public records show 4 tax liens on this property. Oh, wow. The house was demolished within 3 months of sale because it was unsalvageable. Mr. Williams had difficulty paying taxes timely and didn't have the resources to maintain the structure. CDBG funds are available to pay for maintenance on homes in low and moderate income tracts. Clearly, Mr. Williams needed assistance. Does this community believe that the real estate developer's entitlement to profit is greater than Mr. Williams' need? Have we forgotten the $700 billion bailout of the banks? And to steal a phrase from another speaker, I speak up for those who have been harmed.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Quashina Williams, Quashina Renee Williams from Hapakong, New Jersey. So I've been listening. I drove a long way to come out and support the mayor tonight. And it has been my observation, your body language is terrible, sir. It gives so much disrespect that I can't even imagine that anything that anybody is going to say tonight is going to sway your opinion about a thing, right? But I'm going to speak. You know, I happened to look you up. My son graduated from Seton Hall Prep, one of the top schools in this state. You went to Gil St. Bernard, one of the top schools in this state. They don't teach young men to behave or speak to women in the way that you have. Your resume is long. It's in media, journalism, but I can see why our country is in the state that it is in. If we have people like you as our fourth wall, we were destined to be where we're at right now. That being said, living in Sussex County, I would expect someone like you to behave exactly the way that you do and the way that you are. Montclair is not where I would expect that. But given the state of today, I'm not surprised. No one in my town, in my county, would ever dare to use the language that you have used to disrespect 2 black women. So I'm not going to say I'm disappointed. I'm going to say it's something that I fully expect. The disrespect that black women is not new. Your behavior, your language is not new. You can carry on and continue the way that you are. I hope that the people are listening in this town. That being said, I'm sure whoever raised you to be so disrespectful is very proud of you this evening. My hope is that my words show that black women across the state are listening, we are paying attention, and we're not going to be silent. Those days are over, Eric. We will be heard. And that's my turn.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Happy New Year to all.
And to you.
Mr. D'Amato, my representative, Happy New Year. The reason I came back tonight is because I read your statement, Mr. D'Amato. By the way, welcome to the People's Republic of Montclair. I'm glad you're here to hear the people. I read your statement. I believe that you need to deepen greatly the self-criticism. I looked up the law. I know that you cannot be recalled now. You've only been in office 6 months. We cannot begin a recall petition for a year. So I hope that you consider in the next 6 months that you are on probation. And I hope that you conduct yourself with more humility and dignity than you have to date. Dr. Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Toller in particular, I've made my apology, and I do consider that an apology on behalf of the first award where I have been a lifelong resident. And I've been thinking about this week. You cannot represent us if you do not understand us. And I believe that some of you who are newer do not understand us. Do you know, I had not actually met Dr. Baskerville, but I'd heard a lot about her and her family from my friends in the black community long before we ever met. And I believe there's a reason for that. And I believe there's also a reason why people come up here and say, I've lived in Montclair for 60 years or 70 years. They're proud of it. Well, I'm proud of it. But it's also because we're saying, I believe, we remember. We have a history. I remember when where we live in Upper Montclair was an entirely white district. I remember going to segregated schools. I remember for my entire life. And then when I finally got to junior high school in 1966, I finally had the interaction with the black community and made great friends. And we operated under a desegregation order and still are. It was traumatic for us. It was traumatic. It formed many of us. I did not come to think the way that I do from books. I came from the friends that I made. I do think that you should resign. I am embarrassed to have vowels at the end of my name as you do, and to have someone with vowels at the end of their name behave in such a manner.
Thank you very much for joining us. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Ahava Felicidad. Good evening, Mayor Dr. Baskerville and Montclair Township Council. First off, I just want to say, too much is given, much is required. And we must have respect for the governing arms of this township. I'm grateful to be here tonight. Tonight, speaking for myself and others in our community who could not be here to do so at this time, on the topic of resignation. Resign, from Merriam-Webster. Transitive verb, to give up deliberately, especially to renounce something such as a right or position by a formal act. Intransitive verb, to give up one's office or position, quit. Resignation, the act or instance of resigning. An oral or written statement that one is resigning a position or office. Unresisting acceptance of something as inescapable, submission. On December 18th of 2024, the actions of Mr. D'Amato soiled our esteemed Mayor Dr. Baskerville by maliciously trying to undermine her reputation and other women of the council. Many of us believe Mr. D'Amato should immediately tender his resignation. While we the people know it's up to the council to determine Mr. D'Amato's fate, thousands of the people of this township want the council to make note of Mr. D'Amato's inability to lead without prejudice, and this infraction must not be tolerated in order to protect the well-being of the Township of Montclair. So why do we value the leadership of Mayor Dr. Baskerville and defend her honor? I only really need to mention one thing. Our mayor's family integrated this township. The school's here. Our children, pre-K to 12th grade, and all the families, the people connected to them. What makes Montclair, Montclair? Her family, which includes her, is responsible for the desegregation of this township. For those listening at home, integration, not segregation. To bring us together, our similarities, not separate us through our differences. More people need to share this. Her family was the first to cross those racial lines in the 60s, making this township, not just in concept, but in reality, one of the top most sought after models for education in this nation and places to live and age. There are an abundance of real life examples that stem from her family line that have and will continue to benefit the people of Montclair, New Jersey, and beyond. Listen, we all have a duty to show decency and respect for the office of mayor. On December 18th, a monster uglier than racism reared its head through the actions of the First Ward Councilor, Mr. D'Amato. Mayor Dr. Baskerville is a bastion of hope for every man, woman, and child in the Township of Montclair. But on December 18th, I and others in the township believe that Mr. D'Amato overstepped his boundaries and demonstrated a total lack of self-control for our esteemed mayor.
Thank you.
Many of us believe the culprit should immediately tender his resignation and be forbidden to walk these hallowed grounds.
Thank
To
you,
thine own
Sister
self be
Hava.
true.
Thank you so much. Next guest, please.
Evening, everybody. My name's Stuart Ball. I'm here to add my voice to the many powerful, articulate, passionate voices that have already been here in response to the racist and misogynist assault that we have now come to learn about, directed at two people of color on our council. And I think it's important for me to take just a few minutes, my 3 minutes tonight, to add the voice of a white male who's been around for many years and who's tried in my lifetime to be an activist in opposition to racism at all times in all of my adult life. My wife and I, Sarah, moved here in 1984 when our kids were little. We came here particularly because we passionately wanted to live in a town and raise our kids in a town that valued public education and valued diversity. Our kids have had that experience. They have thrived in that experience. They are now anti-racist adults and thriving in this world. Not perfect, of course, but thriving in this community. I walk through this world proud to be a president of Montclair. And I announce that whenever I can. And I explain to people why I came to Montclair and what it is about Montclair that makes me stay here. What it is about Montclair is that we are a beacon for whoever wants to see as to what is possible in terms of quality community and racial diversity. And what we have learned happened here is not just an assault on two women of color. It's not just a misogynist and painful assault. It's racist. And that undermines our community, which stands as the possibility for community to transcend racism. If we can do that, we can be a beacon on a hill. But we can't do that when this kind of thing happens. This transcends the events of the day and transcends the events of the two people involved here. It undermines our community. It undermines our attempt to rise above racism, and it is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Number 18. Number 18.
Greetings, Kalia Sweat.
Greetings.
As I stated once before, I represent the National Independent Black Parent Association. I'm also a former civil rights commissioner, born, raised, and stayed in this town. If anyone knows my actual activism, it's based upon racism, but specifically black oppression. I'm a person who stands up against racism. That's why I'm looking directly at you, and specifically black oppression. Last time I stood at this mic, I spoke about the fact that you yelled to me to get out of this room where I have a right to be, and I told you to get out. So I really hope on your own you step down, have some level, find somewhere within all of this some decency, and leave on your own. You are a problem. You are a problem. You make people feel unsafe. I spoke about the disrespect to our mayor, our first black woman mayor. First black woman mayor. I spoke about the disrespect to my fourth ward councilwoman. But see, it doesn't surprise me in Montclair. Like I said, I'm born, raised, and stayed, so I'm not new to this. The fact of the matter is, maybe this is the spirit why little black girls can be sexually assaulted in our schools and called stupid ends and never get justice. Maybe this is the fact that little black girls can get bullied for an entire year in Montclair public schools for being dark-skinned. Because we suffer with the illusion of inclusion in Montclair, and we act like we've arrived and we don't have these issues. We have these issues, and I'm gonna keep it all in context. The fact of the matter is, on August 13th, I brought this council a beautiful flag that represents a beautiful people, the oldest people on the face of this earth. I'm talking about black people. I brought the Black Liberation flag. The reality is, it apparently opened the floodgates for nonsense. For nonsense. And what it also has brought forward is it shows me the spirit that drives people, because even our flag is being marginalized. There's been flags here with no discussing of needing ordinance and policies and discussions, but now all of a sudden when there's a flag that represents black people, we got to put some level of confinement around it. Other people said they have an issue because they didn't get a chance to chime in on it. That's the spirit of black codes. People don't like when we speak for ourselves and we speak among ourselves. Well, that's what Montclair is. I'm disgusted. I really didn't even think I'd be talking loud because I truly have lost my passion. I have not lost my conviction, but my passion, because I don't see any, I don't believe in what we say we are here anymore. I don't even believe in it. Yes, I still want our flag raised. However, to be honest, I don't even know if y'all are worthy to touch that flag.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Anaya Turner. Before I proceed, I would like to clarify a previous statement that I made on the mic in a previous meeting. My comment was in reference to the fact that there was a process that suddenly needed to be made when you were gifted with the Pan-African flag. I misspoke and I mentioned several flags that were flown in this township. While I misspoke, I did state that you raised the Palestinian flag. I meant the Israeli flag, so I did want to clarify that. Secondly, Eric D'Amato, you're still here? Your mere presence is a physical representation of the disrespect and negligence towards black women in this country, and more specifically in Montclair Township. Step down immediately. And stop looking at me. Additionally, I stand before you today not just as an advocate, but as a voice for the many who have been waiting for too long for the symbolic and overdue acknowledgement of the Pan-African flag in our public spaces. This delay in its installation is not just an administrative oversight, but it's a reflection of priorities. And right now, those priorities are failing to honor the diverse community you claim to represent. Additionally, someone came up on this mic earlier and spoke about heritage. So let's discuss the heritage of this country, shall we? Shall we begin with chattel slavery, Jim Crow, black laws, the mass incarceration of black males, illegal sterilization of black women, or shall we talk about the little black girls being sexually assaulted in schools right in this township? I urge you to reflect on what this delay says about your commitment to equity. Reflect on the message you are sending to the black children in this community who look to you as leaders in this township. Reflect on how these delays perpetuate a system that marginalizes and silences voices that demand justice. We will not be silent. We will not allow this delay to erode the hope and pride that the Pan-African flag symbolizes. I, along with others in this community, demand that you move forward with this initiative immediately. Raising this flag is not just a symbolic act. It's a statement of solidarity, respect, and acknowledgement of the contributions and mere presence of people of African descent. So tonight I challenge you. Yes, we have first people on the face of this earth. So tonight I challenge you. Do what is right. Take action. Not tomorrow, not next month, but now. Show us that you see us, that you hear us, and that you stand with us. What side of history will you be on, council members? Will you stand with the others whose sole purpose is to get in the way of black progress, or practice true equity in regard to raising and maintaining the Pan-African flag? I'm not just talking about for Black History Month. Let's start with every day. It's called equity.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hello. My name is Charlie Bagley. I've lived in the First Ward for the past 40 years, but I didn't attend a council meeting until a couple years ago, and I was appalled by the toxic atmosphere in the council meetings. Nothing could be discussed without conspiracies, bombastic language, all kinds of crap. I thought maybe the new council would end that. But I think that what happened here recently, Mr. D'Amato, my representative, you've crossed the line. You've gone too far. This is not what should be happening here. And it's time that the council got down to business of making Montclair better. Anybody who knows the mayor knows that above all, agree or disagree, she loves Montclair and wants it to be better. This has got to stop, and that's why there's more people here than ever before, or at least that I've seen, that people want the council to start doing the work they should be doing and getting away from all this crap and the violent language and the cursing. This just cannot go on.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Dr. Baskerville, Ms. Toller, and the rest of you. My name is Rochelle Williams. I own the oldest, longest standing, only Black funeral home left in this town. I am the gatekeeper. Mr. D'Amato, how dare you? Just how dare you? I am in the death business. The words you use are fighting words. I am sorry, but when you meet St. Peter, I don't know what he's going to say. Because my place is the spa hotel for people in transition. I don't know that you understand what that means. Let me say this. In my business, there is no room at all for your type of person. You make life difficult. My grandson is in the high school. My daughter is in my business. We serve the community on a regular basis. Martin's has been in business for 75 years. Are you there yet? The building I live in was built by the man that put the money up for Lackawanna Plaza. Do understand, do your history. How can you walk around in this town that is a town that is supposed to be for the people? This is the multicultural town. This is the town that everybody wants to come to. Our taxes pay a lot of money to be in this town. It is accepting of multicultural, interracial, biracial, LGBTQ, everybody. Jewish. Even some Italians. This used to be the get along town. I've been in here as the gatekeeper for the past 30 years. The family that I represent, that I married into, bought the building in 1947. Before that, they were here on Granada Place. Do understand something, Mr. D'Amato? I don't come originally from Montclair. I come from Orange, which was the Italian town. You wouldn't last 2 seconds there. They'd rock your world. The day has come that you need to step down, step out, and leave Montclair. I thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. Next guest, please.
Bismillah. Good evening.
Good evening.
The first thing I want to do is thank the council, specifically Mayor Baskerville and Councilwoman Toller for bringing the proclamation to the council, and for all of the council, I thank you heartfelt for this particular proclamation. Thank you very much. I think it was fitting for a retired member of our law enforcement membership. He was with the Montclair Police Department as well as Essex County. He served very well. And I thought it was very appropriate, given the climate, just to let everyone know that in our community we have a very, very large group of active and retired Muslim members of the Montclair Police Department. I want to congratulate you, Mr. Garcia, for maybe you won't think of such a congratulations once you find all the issues you have to deal with. But thank you at any rate. I don't want to make this issue regarding Mr. Roberts in a venting section. I know that it's a complaint with the police, and I know that your office has some involvement with it. So we just want to know what it is. Number one is I tried to look in the town regulations, but I don't see anything there for an ethical violation or something regarding a censure or something where the council would do something, or does it have to be initiated by the citizens? So I'm really looking to have, if you can answer now, I would take the answer now, but not fair.
So just, it would be wildly inappropriate for me to give you advice to take action against the township.
Of course not.
So I'm not going to do that. But if you want to talk online and you have you have questions that I can answer, I'm happy to do that. Whether that's tonight during the break or after the meeting or later in the week, I'll be in the office the rest of the week.
Okay.
This is I think, my third day here. I've been fairly quiet tonight because I am not familiar with the fact. I mean, apparently this happened in closed session, so I don't know how anybody's all that familiar with these facts. But until I get my head around it, I'm not commenting on that. But
I respect that, sir.
And like I said, I'm not going to give you advice on how to bring a claim against the township or any township employee. But if you have questions that I can't answer, I'm happy to talk to you after the meeting about it.
The objective of my comments is this, is that we don't make this a venting section, everybody getting up and making speeches, and then nothing happens. If we're restrained, but because it's a police complaint, then okay, then just make an announcement that that's the case, and your office doesn't have anything to do with it. But the council itself should have some self-policing regulations. And if that is the case, then that's what I'll find out. I don't know if you set up an email, but I'll send you an email and we'll communicate that way.
Sounds good.
Thank you very much, sir. And,
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Number 24.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
Mr. Eric D'Amato. I just want to say to you that as a parent and a resident of the First Ward, I am very disappointed and I don't feel safe with you being in office. I have a son that was a part of this public school system at one time, and Sister Kalia, she made sure to hold my hand through a difficult process that I was going through. And I don't appreciate you disrespecting her in a way that you did, okay? Because when you disrespect her, you disrespect me. Okay? And I've only been in this town for about maybe 4 years or so, and the entire reason why I moved to this town was so that I could bring my children to a place that would accept them without any prejudice. But see, when people like you get in office, they use their privilege, or they think they got some type of privilege, and you think that you can downplay people like Sister Kalia and the mayor. So I wonder how you must feel sitting here right now with everybody telling you what they think of you. And I don't feel sorry for you either. You have a good night.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Number 25.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, my name is Justin Thompson. I want to express my full support for Mayor Renee Baskerville and Councilwoman Toller in the face of Mr. D'Amato's unacceptable behavior. Mayor Baskerville has consistently demonstrated her unwavering commitment to fostering equity, inclusion, and professionalism. She has shown the courage to stand up for what is right, even the most challenging circumstances, and has earned the right to work in an environment free from hostility. Your actions, Mr. D'Amato, jeopardize the integrity of our local government and open the township to potential litigation. As a public official, your behavior reflects on all of us as taxpayers and residents. Disrespect, unprofessionalism, and outbursts like those reported undermine the trust and confidence we place in our leadership. Montclair deserves representatives who respect the people they serve, uphold the highest standards of professionalism, and work toward uniting our community. I urge you, Mr. D'Amato, to hold yourself to a higher standard. In your statement online, you dismissed the situation by saying, everyone can be as dramatic as they want, but going forward in 2025, I'm going to try and avoid the drama and instead just grind it out and work. Let me be clear, you cannot disrespect people in the workplace environment and then when met with justified responses, dismiss their concerns as drama. Additionally, I must address your reported disrespect towards Ms. Kalia Sweat, a woman who has devoted her life to fighting for equity in Montclair. Her contributions to this township are invaluable and is deeply offensive for anyone, especially a public representative, to tell her to get out. If you made those comments, you owe her a sincere and public apology. I noticed in your bio that you majored in African studies. I'd like to leave you with the African proverb, where a woman is respected, peace prevails. I'm going to say that one more time. Where a woman is respected, peace prevails. This proverb reminds us that when women are treated with respect, harmony and peace are more likely to flourish in the community. Montclair deserves that peace and so much more. Thank you.
Praise the Lord. Thank you. Next guest, please.
How y'all doing?
Okay, good evening.
I want to start off by saying, I don't even call you Mr. D'Amato, Eric. I am disgusted with you. Because one thing I know, you wouldn't tell me to get out. I know that's for sure. And to these two black women up here on this council, you owe them an apology. Because how dare you disrespect them? Disrespect, and not only the mayor, she's in charge of this ship, not you. You need to fall in line. And if you're not going to fall in line, how about you get out? How about you get out? See, I think you got a thing with disrespecting black women. So I'm going to speak for all the black women in here. I will never, ever let you disrespect another black woman in my presence. Because if so, you're going to have to answer to me. Okay?
So, sorry, I'm not going to, you can have your full 3 minutes. We're not going to threaten anybody.
Nobody's threatening nobody. These ain't threats. These ain't threats. See, let me, hold on. No, you don't even got Let me talk to you real quick. Let me talk to you real quick.
This has been going on for like a half hour.
No, I get you.
So
I get you. But hold on. No. You're not gonna cut me off.
I'm not cutting you off.
Excuse me.
This is what I'm gonna say to you. Since you
have order in here and give the gentleman his time.
This is your third. What is it? Your third day? Is this your third day?
You're asking me the
yes,
question?
I'm asking you. This is your third day.
Yes.
So you're not accustomed how things work here.
This is not my first day.
So let me tell you something real quick.
Yeah.
When you see certain people up here, you might want to just stay a little bit quiet.
No, I'm good.
So nobody's threatening nobody.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that's clear that we're not going to.
So make sure when he does that to these black women up here, you stand up and talk as well. So keep that same energy. See, I'm not going to be the one to let you, this and that. No. I've been in this town for a long time. Some people may know me and some people may not. I grew up in the 4th Ward. So we gets down in the 4th Ward. And I'm going to leave you with that. And I hope to see that flag rose real soon. Because she knows how it goes down on the 4th Ward.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Mayor, can we...
Next guest, please. Good evening.
Hi, this is going to be a diversion for a moment, but Mayor Baskerville, I simply want to say that I hope you're doing okay, and I admire a lot of what's come out in the room this evening. Most in this room, including yourselves, I assume, had great hope for an entirely new council. The last one was mired in dysfunction and duress. Unfortunately, your first several months leave we, your constituents, feeling the shock of something similar taking place on your dais and behind closed doors. Who is losing out? 40,000 people who depend on you to make decisions on our behalf to keep us safe and sound in multiple ways, physically, fiscally, spiritually. The turmoil from the dais means that the needs of the people are too often lost in the shuffle. I'd like to mention some examples, a wider lens on what it looks like when action is delayed or set aside. It starts to add up. If solutions have been found, please share this with us. These are only a few. In the spring, the town manager ended the transfer program of our town shelter. It appears this decision was made by him alone. You're now aware of it. It would be meaningful to many to know that Montclair will soon open its doors to animals we have the space to save. The Seymour Street residents who are struggling with parking issues and asked for your help repeatedly, I hope in the intervening time you have eased this difficulty for them. This fall, you voted down a moratorium that would lead to a study of a product that contains microplastics and forever chemicals so that we will be better informed as a community on a national concern that impacts us here. You promised from this dais to learn more. Please let us know your progress or plans on becoming more informed on this issue. A county-confirmed noise violation has been ongoing at Woodman Field for months. The promises to solve it keep coming. It remains unsolved. In October 23, a grandmother lost her life crossing with the light at an intersection in Upper Montclair. In December, the town manager admitted the signal was faulty and antiquated and required repair. It took 5 months before an RFP was complete and contractor selected. The Montclair Local did an excellent reporting in May that the continued delay boiled down to a supply chain problem. In 2 days, reporters witnessed cars running red lights at the intersection, which had had 28 collisions in 6 years. The son of the woman killed there came before you at the 1-year anniversary. Soon after, the work began. No stopgap measures existed where a known problem existed, where someone died for 14 months. This brings me to bird excrement at a municipal parking garage, a singular location that went from request to approval in what I believe may have been 6 weeks. If that's not accurate, please feel free to correct me. Maybe the town manager can tell us when the work will begin. I have this feeling it's going to be soon. We've learned there are health concerns here for town employees, so glad to know this is being attended to so diligently. I understand there are 60 unsafe intersections designated in Montclair. I understand Vision Zero Task Force is working on this in the planning stages. We need implementation or stopgap measures now. Our community would like to hear from you what you are doing from the dais so that tomorrow grandmothers and school children are safe when they cross our streets. We hope you will tend to the health and safety of the residents of this town with the same level of concern, and please increase your pace and take action. Lives are on the line every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Number 28. Number 28.
Good evening, Joan Pransky, 11 Stevens Street.
Good evening.
Mr. D'Amato, I wasn't as distressed by the fact that you cursed at these two black women as I was at the fact that after they both expressed that they felt intimidated, you decided that they didn't have a right to those feelings and that you said they weren't intimidated. You determined how the victim was going to take what you did. Even further, you actually said that the motive was to score political points. How ugly is that? That's uglier than losing your temper, deciding to tell them that they had some political agenda, not that what you did was so disrespectful and so abusive. And the reason that you were able to do that, the reason you were able to double down the way you did, is because the rest of you sat silently. None of you were willing to say that wasn't okay. And I don't agree with the new attorney, although I welcome you. I don't think every word that gets said in executive session belongs there. Not everything is privileged. And when you say F you, there's nothing privileged about it or confidential about it. That's okay. You need to speak out. You don't have permission to just sit there and listen. Especially when any time anybody in the audience so much as raises their voice, you act like they have violated the rules of civility. Come out from behind that closed door, and one of you, for God's sake, speak up. Because if you don't, it will only get worse. And Mr. D'Amato, you are only going to get uglier and uglier and uglier until you stop and all of you look at this room and realize you don't get to decide how people receive what you say. The victim gets to decide what you say. And the victims here are telling you that the behavior is unacceptable and your silence is unacceptable. Your silence is unacceptable. Doesn't anybody want to say this is not okay with me? Nobody? Especially to the mayor whose family, forever, they integrated this community. You're far newer here. Get with the program. Look around you and speak up, for heaven's sake.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hello, good evening, Council. My name is Michael Taylor. I'm specifically here in support of my sister Kalia Sweat. I'm here to protect her so that no one thinks it's okay to disrespect her. I want to thank you, Mayor Baskerville, for being a black woman and holding your position and everything. But I just want to say specifically to you, sir, you got black men that ain't gonna tolerate you disrespecting they women. Simple as that. It's real. I'm coming as is. Do not disrespect my sisters, no black women, period. The reason why you got to live, the reason why you need to leave off the council and everything, you can really start something. You can really start something about with your attitude. Then you'll switch it up and play victim. You got black women, you got black men like me, like him, we ain't tolerating it. You're not disrespecting our black women. You're not disrespecting none of our black women. I'm a black man. I don't have the audacity to disrespect no women. No woman, no of no race. And I just ask you and the council to show how this unacceptable of what he said that could cause much chaos. Hold him accountable by removing him off the council. He ain't disrespecting me.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hey, Ben Kaplan, live in Montclair. First off, I just want to talk about the fact that you felt comfortable talking about threats made, but you don't feel comfortable commenting on Eric D'Amato's comments. You are the town lawyer. What are you doing? What are you doing? You feel comfortable speaking to black men that way? Next, Councilman D'Amato.
All right, can we hold it down, please, so that we can hear the gentleman at the mic, sir? Your time.
Next, you're making all of these comments and talking about flags in front of the American flag. We are living on land taken from people of First Nations. People were brought here on boats 400 years ago to be sold into chattel slavery. People were imprisoned. They are still used for slave labor in prison. Slavery was never abolished in this country.
That's right.
What are we doing? What are we doing? Mr. D'Amato, resign.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hello, council.
Good evening.
And I'm never yelling, but I'm very passionate, so sometimes my voice raises, okay? So I just want to say, first and foremost, let me speak on behalf of my black brothers that stood up and said something in protection of the black woman. The woman in America has always been the black woman that has been least protected. We never went out fighting for women's rights because we were just fighting for the right to be here. But now we're here, and it's 2025, right? So we expect different, because I'm 54 years old, and I've been waiting for change that's not happening. We don't want any more lip service. I know you went to school here, you were educated here, so you were indoctrinated into a system that has no humanity. And we know this for facts, because we live it every day. So us as people, right? Black people, Latino people, African people must stick together and rise for what is just and equality. We must rise for what is fair, not for what makes profits for the corporations. So power to the people. Power to the women, the black women. Power to all of us to stand together and fight for what is right. Because when we don't, we have to expect the chaos that's going to come with it. And it's not going to be anything nice, because desperate people do desperate things. Power to the people.
Power to the people. Next guest, please.
Mayor, that's it. Nope, that's all.
Okay. That will conclude our public comment. And So we're going to hear from Councilor D'Amato, who just asked that he be allowed to speak. Excuse me, please.
Thank you, Mayor. That was a pretty good talking to that I just got. I would say a lot of it very well deserved. Not all of it. And I would thank the mayor in the first commenter who came up and said something that had spread around, and the mayor corrected the record, that sort of raised it. So I have said, you know, from the onset here, and when I was first elected and when I was running, that I believe in accountability, and that people should take credit for the things that they do, no more, and take the blame for the things that they do that are bad. I've been willing to do that. I've said what I did was wrong and bad. And I will go further. And it is harder when things roll out of control and become bigger than what they are to really make good and to apologize. It's harder when you get accused of things like taking the mayor's late mother's name in vain. It gets harder to apologize when people accuse you or you're told that you're doing things that you didn't do. I don't believe I'm a racist. I was raised as an anti-racist. I'm from Plainfield. I'm not from some white suburb in the middle of nowhere. And by the way, if people are wondering how I got to be rough, I'm from Plainfield in the 70s. If you're from Montclair, you're from a place that's a lot bougier than where I'm from. It's true. No, hear me out. I'm not judging anybody. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just saying, if you wonder,
Would you allow Mr. D'Amato, please, to speak?
Where I maybe got a potty mouth, it was on Front Street in Plainfield in 1975. I'm not going to blame my hometown for that. It's on me. And as I said, even though it gets hard to do the right thing sometimes when you get accused of doing wrong things that you didn't do, you still got to do it. And so I will apologize without reservation to the mayor, to Councilor Toller, for being a potty-mouthed jerk. And in fact, more than a jerk, it's something I wouldn't want to say in this council, but you could use another for, not a racist, but more than a jerk. More than a jerk. I am apologizing, and not only that, hold out, I will apologize equally more, and more so to Ms. Sweat, because I signed up to this knowing that it was about getting yelled at. And so, no, I knew that. I signed up for it. And when she yelled at me, it was my job to take it, and I didn't. I yelled back at her, and I shouldn't have done that, and I'm not going to do it again. And I would also say, Mr. Fortunato, I agree with what you said. I'm on probation. I agree with that. And so that's all I will say. I apologize. I think it's good. I feel better doing it. And I hope, and Mr. Begley, I agree mostly. I feel bad that this is a distraction from the work that needs to be done. And I would like us, it is 8:45, to now get to the work that needs to be done. And thanks for listening.
Okay, so that ends our public comment. If anyone would like to adjourn at this time from the public, we'll give you a few minutes, and then we're going to go into, and then we're going to go into a public hearing that's on our agenda, the next agenda. So thank you all for coming and for speaking. You're welcome to stay with us for the rest of the agenda. And we're going to take we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay, at this point in time, we are going to have a public hearing pursuant to NJAC 13, 2-7.6 regarding the objection to the transfer of a plenary retail consumption license. So originally on December the 7th, there was an objection to this being heard, and we withdrew it and we put it on the agenda for tonight. Attorney Garcia, can you help us regarding moving into next steps here?
Yes, Mayor, the latest I learned tonight was that the objector had withdrawn the objection. I don't know if they're here tonight, but given that we noticed a public hearing, I recommend that we open the hearing. We ask if the objector is here and wants to formally make their objection in the hearing. If no one steps forward, we'll close the hearing and you all can vote on the resolution.
I'm going to open the public hearing without objection. Is there anyone present who wishes to be heard in relation to the proposed resolution?
Seeing none, I think we can take a motion in a second.
We'll close the hearing. Would anyone here like to read Resolution R 24-251? Deputy Mayor?
Resolution R 24-251, resolution authorizing a person-to-person transfer of alcoholic beverage plenary retail consumption license number 0173-33-002-009 from MHG Morimoto Montclair LLC to Montclair Drinks LLC. I so move.
Second. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay. So that concludes that hearing. We're going to move on now to new business ordinances. Have a good evening. Is it in here? You want to read that? Thank you. This is an ordinance amending the code of the Township of Montclair regarding the display of the flags on township property. It's not in my packet. Did you read?
You want me to read the whole ordinance? Is this a discussion on the first reading of the ordinance?
You're going to vote to introduce, right? You have two readings on an ordinance. So you'll vote to...
The second one is the real vote.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to vote to introduce it tonight, and then...
We don't have a copy. Yeah.
I can read it from here.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I have been asked to just read the entirety of the ordinance for first reading. Whereas the Township Council maintains flagpoles on various public buildings and within public parks and playgrounds within the Township of Montclair, and whereas the Township Council wishes to permit the display of commemorative flags upon township-owned flagpoles as a form of government expression, now therefore be it ordained by the Township Council of the Township of Montclair, Essex County, New Jersey as follows. The Code of the Township of Montclair is hereby amended to read in full as follows. Paragraph A. In addition to the flag of the United States, the township may display such additional flags on township-owned flagpoles on public buildings and properties as the Township Council may authorize by resolution as a form of government speech, provided the display of the same shall not show religious preference. B. The township's flagpoles are not intended to serve as a forum for free expression by the public. Rather, the township's flagpoles are to be used exclusively by the township in compliance with federal and state law. Where the council may display a commemorative flag as a form of government expression, the township will not display a commemorative flag based on request from a third party, nor will the township use its flagpoles to sponsor the expression of a third party, but will display flags as set forth by federal or state action. C. No person shall display or place upon any flagpole owned by the Township of Montclair any flag or other object not authorized as an expression of government speech by the Township Council by way of resolution. D. Owing to their very nature as expressive locations meant for contemplation and reflection, monuments and memorials shall not be deemed locations for flying expressive flags via resolution. E. In addition to the flag of the United States and such other flags as may be authorized by the resolution of the Township Council, the following flags are hereby permitted to be displayed upon flagpoles owned by the Township of Montclair as a form of expression of government speech in the manner set forth above. 1. The flag of the State of New Jersey. 2. The flag of the County of Essex. 3. The flag of the Township of Montclair. 4. The POW MIA Prisoner of War Missing in Action flag as provided in Title 36, Chapter 9, Section 902 of the United States Code. At 5, the KIA Killed in Action flag required by Public Law 2017, Chapter 188. And I think the rest of it I'm just going to skip over, but that is the ordinance. I do actually, can we proceed to discussion? I would like to make a motion to amend the ordinance just by the addition of two new paragraphs. Okay. So what I'm proposing is...
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Yes?
There's no motion on this ordinance at all, so what are we amending?
I'll move the,
Ordinance O-25-01?
yes.
Is there a second? Thank you.
Okay.
Discussion?
So, yes, now I can go. My apologies. So I am going to make a motion to amend. I'd like to propose adding, after paragraph A in the ordinance, as a new section B, the following language. The following flags are not allowed and will not be commemorative flags for purposes of this ordinance. 1, flags of a particular religious movement or creed, and 2, flags of other governments or nations with the exception of a sister city of Montclair, which may be displayed in conjunction with an event involving the sister city. I'd also like to propose adding as a paragraph C, a sentence that says, all commemorative flags must be smaller in size than the American flag, the New Jersey state flag, and the POW-MIA flag that is displayed. The new section C is just, it seems a standard clause in other municipalities' flag ordinances, and the prior language, I think I would like to just make clear that we as a council are not going to consider flying flags of other nations or of any religious movement. Discussion.
Thank you. Any further discussion at this time from the council?
I want to make another amendment.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So I wanted to discuss another amendment. I think the first whereas, I don't think it should say the Township Council maintains flagpoles. I think the township maintains flagpoles, not the council.
Okay.
Correct? I personally think that commemorative flags should be defined. We think we know what they are, but I think that I looked up a definition, there are definitions of this, so I'd like to see a definition there. Okay, and the last thing, just for consistency, in paragraph D, we talk about the second sentence, monuments and memorials shall not be deemed locations for flying, you're calling now expressive flags. I think that should be commemorative flags. Okay?
That was on which?
That was on D. The second sentence, it should probably read, second phrase, monuments and memorials shall not be deemed locations for flying expressive flags. I think that should be commemorative flags to be consistent.
Commemorative.
Yeah, yep. So those were just my three suggestions, change in the language.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson, on your addendum that you wish to incorporate into this ordinance under item C, I'm just curious why you feel like it should be smaller in size. I'm just asking if there's a legal reason, or is it just?
That's a federal law.
Okay. Then that should be included in there in that type of Sesame Street language, just to make sure that people reading it understand, so that they don't have a question why
I think
another flag is
It's federal
smaller
law
than
for
the other.
American flag, right? I'm sorry, excuse me.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think the ordinance does state in paragraph B that any flags that go up will be in compliance with federal and state law.
So we don't need to add the extra part in number C necessarily, since we already have that.
I mean, legally, you don't need to add any of this. It's just a
Correct.
matter of what you think makes the ordinance better. And I'll leave that up to you all to decide. But legally, there's no requirement that the specific language be in there. I think you're good with the catch-all, compliance with federal and state law.
Well, I appreciate that, Attorney, and I'm really grateful that this was truly a collaborative effort amongst everyone sitting up here. We worked together. Everybody took their time to review different parts and to share information, and even as recently as now. And so I am inspired that, amidst whatever goes on, we've been able to work together and get some things done. And I'm grateful for all the time that everyone put into helping us to come to this point. Does anyone else wish to add anything here?
Yes, yes, I copy
Councilor
and
Toller?
paste, thank you. Copy and paste your words, Mayor, and just a special thank you to Councilor Birmingham for reaching out and ensuring that some of the dates and/or information was accurate. So I just wanted to publicly thank you for that.
Thank you. And I will just say, I appreciate all of the work, and I know, Mayor, you had this, you sent this to us. When people say, and Mr. Garcia, I don't know if we can speak to this now or at the second reading, but I think that Supreme Court decision a couple of years ago that used Boston, where Boston was the defendant in that case, I don't think we ever were using flags like Boston was. Right. So we never had this idea that in Montclair that flags were private expression or anyone could just hang a flag. So I think, given that, there was that decision to be, to make it clear that it is government speech, I think this is a good idea. But when we've heard people say it should be private speech, I don't think that's ever been something in Montclair that, that's been, it's always been government speech, I think, the way we've hung our flags. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the, oh, no, because this is, my apologies, I'm trying to give you all a lot of room to come on up. Well, this is the first reading of this, and so when we have the second reading, that's when we'll invite you. Anyone else? No, okay.
So you don't want us to give our point of view on this? that'll wait for the second reading, correct?
If you're going to amend it, you amend it tonight, you adopt an ordinance as amended tonight.
Yeah, but
So
be-
that you can have a second
Right.
reading and a public hearing at the next meeting.
Yep.
And get it adopted. If you wait until the second meeting to amend, then you got to start over from.
I
From
got
first
that.
one, okay.
I just,
So does anyone who wishes to read the amended ordinance, please, so that so that Madam Clerk is able to get what our amendments are? I know that quite a few people were, huh?
Why doesn't the public get to contribute if you're now making amendments? Because I want to comment on those amendments.
Yeah, and you'll have an opportunity to comment on the second reading. There'll be a public hearing at that time.
February's around the corner, y'all.
Okay.
You're trying violence.
Ms. Amadeus, if you would give us a moment, please, we have okay, because we have a resolution on here that you might be interested in. Thank you. Okay. Deputy Mayor or Councilor Lockman?
do you want me, Angelise, do you want me to reread the suggestions I had, just so we're all clear again?
You can, Counselor Lockman.
Yeah.
But I do have a question just about point C, considering Attorney Garcia's comments. Is it necessary, Deputy Mayor I don't know if she wants to withdraw it.
No. Oh.
I'm willing to withdraw the new paragraph C, but I think I would still like to propose adding the paragraph that's explicitly says that we are not going to be flying commemorative flags that are flags of a particular religious movement or creed, or flags of other governments or nations, with the exception of sister cities of Montclair, which may be displayed in conjunction with an event involving the sister city. I only wanted to propose the language about the size, just to make it very clear to anyone who's reading the ordinance who may not be familiar with the federal or state law. So sometimes I think that it's very helpful for the average person to know exactly what we mean by that.
I'm always in favor of having helpful language for the average person.
Right, to the
So,
mayor's point,
yeah.
Deputy, just because it's not necessary doesn't mean that you can't include
Right.
it, to be clear. So I don't want to say, don't misinterpret what I said as that it shouldn't be in there. I just was asked a specific question, is it necessary? And legally, it wasn't.
Okay, well then, I'd like to include it.
I don't know where he put it, but, we can talk about it, yeah. Okay, Angelise, just to our Madam Clerk, just to go over once again. So I think the first whereas, it should be the township maintains flagpoles. Right. The next thing is whereas the Township Council wishes to permit the display of commemorative flags. I don't know if you agree with me, but I thought commemorative flags should be defined. And just a definition I found was commemorative flags means any flag which identifies with a specific date, historical event, cause, nation, or group of people whereby the city honors or commemorates the date, event, cause, nation, or people by flying the flag. It just, I believe, adds some clarity. Everybody knows what we're talking about here. The third thing was
Paragraph D.
Paragraph D, instead of expressive flags, you put commemorative
No,
flags. in.
reverse. Instead of commemorative, you wanted to put expressive?
No.
Expressive is in
Okay,
there.
I got it.
Take
Thank you.
expressive out and
I
commemorative.
gave the
So-
mayor my copy. I got it.
Yeah, so we're
Thank you.
consistent.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that was it?
Counselor D'Amato?
I'd ask, what if we just said flag instead of commemorative flag? What would be we could shorten it and.
Is that for D?
I don't think it makes any difference. I think, you just want to be clear what can and can't be on there, and I think commemorative.
If we're
particularly
ruling
the
out
definition.
national, other foreign flags and religious flags, and we just say everybody knows what a flag is, and then we don't have to define commemorative or worry about it. If we can just chop it down. I'm just trying to make it easy.
Commemorative seems to be consistent with what other municipalities are doing throughout the state. the reasoning behind that, I don't know. I'd probably be inclined to agree with you. A flag is a flag, right? And you have definitions on it, but that seems to be consistent with what other municipalities throughout the state of New Jersey are doing. So, as an attorney, as your attorney, I'm comfortable with commemorative, particularly with the definition that's been offered.
Thank you, Attorney. Counselor Toller?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just two things. When you mention sister cities, do we need to identify which sister cities we're referring to? And are we not including any language in here about keeping it nonpartisan? Just a question that I'm asking.
Are you proposing that we add that we are not going to consider flags of a political party?
Yes, I am, and I'm just asking if we should actually list the sister cities, because for me, when people are reading our ordinance once it's finalized, I find that it should have more information than less information, and every person may not understand what sister city or cities exist. So in order to cut down on some confusion down the road, we should perhaps think about including those cities by name.
The question is, do we know what they are?
Yeah, we do.
Apollonia, and what was the other one, but we're no longer.
Gratz and.
But we're not,
Yeah.
There was a third one that we weren't.
Cherepovets.
Yeah, we're not doing the Russian one anymore.
Yeah, no. Well, we can include that in the final ordinance.
But I think Councilor Toller's idea, especially if we are listing other flags we won't fly, I think politically partisan or some sort of flat, we're not going to fly political flags. I think that's probably.
I think you could probably amend Section A. It's in that last part that says, provided the display of same shall not show religious preference. You could probably amend that to say, shall not show religious or political preference. Does that work?
Thank you.
Yes.
Angelise, does that work?
Attorney
Madam
Garcia,
Clerk.
I heard you. Thank
Madam
you, Mayor.
Clerk.
And may I ask for clarification?
Yes,
Councilor
Deputy Mayor.
Lockman, I just wanted to, I heard when the definition of commemorative flag, I thought I heard you say nation, so people.
It does say nation or people. Like it could be
Like what?
a Native American nation. I don't know. That's the definition.
Because I think that contradicts what
It
we
does,
were.
yeah.
So how do we rectify that?
I will add, you're probably never going to have a perfect ordinance. I think the ordinance as drafted was a very good ordinance. I think the ordinance as amended is an even better ordinance. You might be making, great the enemy of good here.
Yeah.
Can we just take the word nation out of that definition, or do we just not want to include a definition?
Take what? I'm sorry, I'm not.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mayor. The word nation in that definition of commemorative, does it read fine, Councilor Lockman, without the word
Yes,
nation?
Yeah, it does.
Is that?
Well, it's acceptable to me.
What about partisan? Are we going to include that? I didn't mean to speak over whoever was speaking. Sorry about that.
I thought that.
Religious or political.
Yeah, I thought that Mr. Garcia
Okay.
said.
Yeah, Counselor, I think you're going to amend.
Religious or political
Yeah.
Section A.
preference.
Yeah,
Okay.
those last couple of words are going to say, shall not show religious or political preference in Section A.
Is that okay with you, Counselor Toller?
Yes, ma'am.
So did we move the amendment?
Are we good? Yep.
I need a second on the amendment, please.
Second,
Want me to call it?
roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so you
Madam
wanna-
Clerk, I apologize for calling you by your first name.
As do I.
Now we need to vote on the ordinance, the amended ordinance.
Make a motion to, Oh, you have it? Okay.
I have a motion and a second on the amended ordinance, Mayor, when you want me to.
Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
No.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Okay. Now we're going to move on to new business resolutions. Councilor D'Amato, if you would start with,
Resolution R24.
excuse me, I'm sorry, Councilor D'Amato, my apologies to you. I know that there are some people here that would be interested in resolution number 16, and so without objection, I would like to go to resolution number 16. Does anybody have any objections to moving resolution number 16, resolution permitting the following flags to be raised as an expression of government speech?
So, Mayor, just to be clear, this was listed on the agenda as a discussion item for the January 28th agenda?
I'm going to move that it is for a vote. There was a breakdown in communication with a few things on the agenda, and we are going to, I would like to make a motion that we vote on that this evening. Time is of the essence. We need to move on this because we need to take some action by the 20th of this month. And so, thank you. There's a second. Any discussion? Councilor Lockman?
Okay, yeah, so I believe that the American flag is a powerful symbol of unity in this diverse nation, a nation of those both native-born and immigrants like myself. Whereas your race, creed, color, or country of origin, the American flag unites us as Americans first. Recognizing the symbolic power of the flag that the flag holds, before each of these council meetings, we stand together as a council in public and say the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag. Why? Because the flag binds us in this promise, and these words acknowledge what this council is working towards. That is, one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. Throughout the world, the flag is a beacon for those who look to American leadership and the ideals of democracy and freedom that America holds dear and the flag visually represents. The flag is more than merely a form of government expression or government speech. It is a potent symbol, known and admired all over the world, flying high over our cities and towns, that affirms that Americans aspire to be, in quotes, a more perfect union. As councilors representing the whole town, as a councilor representing the whole town, I'm working really hard to uphold and move this aspiration to be a more perfect union. I don't want to see Montclair clashing over issues of identity and politics. Favoring absolutely and to the exclusion of all other flags, I would only like to see the American flag flown on town property. There is no other flag, in my view, that holds the potency or promise of freedom, justice, equality, and unity than the American flag. Therefore, no other flag, in my view, should be given equal treatment on public property than the American flag. I believe this view to be the view of the majority of the Montclair community based on emails and calls that I've received. So that's my position on this. So I would vote no.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilor Williams?
In the first paragraph here, we spent a considerable amount of time in the last ordinance kind of get the words right. It says in this resolution right here, it talks about commemorative flags. Where in the last ordinance, we said didn't we just say that we weren't going to?
No, we said we were.
Got it. All right. My mistake.
Any other discussion?
Go ahead.
Councilor Birmingham?
I support flying this flag. And I am going to vote yes. And this is the new year, and this is a new council, here we are, but a new commitment to just getting the order, so that if we have something for discussion, and I know I know it can happen because things happen fast, and as you said, there's a time, this is time sensitive. I think it's just something, hopefully we can, work out that things for discussion will be only for discussion, and then, that's all I would like to say.
Mayor.
I agree with you. Thank you, Councilor Birmingham.
Mayor.
Yes, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I support flying this flag as well. My only reservation was, the reason why I brought up the order is because I know this has come up in prior meeting where we're trying to abide by process. So I assume that the reason why you wanted to move it up for vote is because January 20th is Martin Luther King's Day, and the proposal is that this flag be flown on that day. So, again,
Actually, I
right?
need to amend that to the 15th.
The 15th?
Can I ask a question? Is there any particular flag for Dr. Martin Luther King? I thought that he always is pictured with the American flag. I'm just,
Does anyone, council members, does anyone here have an answer for her question? Yes, Manager DePolo.
You said you're amending to the 15th. Which date are you moving? Because I have to make
January the 20th.
And now going to be the 15th?
Yes, that's the actual birth date.
Okay, I just want to make sure because we have to notify the fire department to put the flag. And
Thank you.
I just want to make sure we get it right.
Was there a question?
Additional discussion? Councilor Toler?
Yes, thank you. I too will be voting yes for this. This is an important decision here that we're making tonight. As a person of color, an African-American woman, I support the Black Liberation flag. I understand the meaning and what it means for the residents here. And it's really just time that we go ahead and hoist the flag. Just want to say that. I hope it brings, some calmness to the community, some equal, making sure that everyone feels that they're equal and valued and heard. This is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Councilor D'Amato?
I also support the flag. I was an early supporter of it. And I did have a question I think somebody asked about Dr. King. And I just refreshed my memory, but he was, a strong Pan-Africanist in his later years when the various flags that it, is associated with were being drawn up. So that's appropriate. I would have one related question to this, which is just about June 19th and whether we would fly both flags at the same time. Is that the idea? I mean, because I like the new Juneteenth flag a lot too, and just to make sure that wasn't a clash or something.
Yeah, Mayor, that was actually a question that I believe I had asked you before is why not fly the Juneteenth flag, the newer one on June 19th?
And so we can definitely do that, put the Juneteenth flag. When we were reviewing this and we were trying to make sure not to miss the deadline to get this on the agenda and to find out who actually was doing the agenda and quite a few other things, in an effort just to make sure that we did not miss that date, that the June 19th date was put in, because we have an ask already for the Black Liberation flag. And so since we had that ask, it just seemed to me that we would put that flag there. Now, certainly, I am very much in favor of adding another flag, and this allows us to do that. If we decide we want to put a Juneteenth flag up or some others that are in accordance with what we said in our ordinance, hopefully, then this does give us the leeway to do that. But I just didn't want to miss an opportunity, and so that's how we ended up here.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
That you might want to say what these, why these dates were selected. It's not immediately obvious that February 1st to the 28th is Black History Month, right?
So the month of February has a bunch of historical significance for African Americans. It is the birth of the civil rights leader, W.E. Du Bois, on February 23rd. It's also the passing of the 15th Amendment, granting African Americans the right to vote on February 3rd, 1870. And just to name a few, the NAACP was established on February 12th in 1909, and this is a national holiday for African American History Day, and I am so excited to celebrate this. And while I have the mic, I'd also just like to mention that it's not like an either-or thing. I am an American, but I am a very proud African American, and I understand my roots, and I understand 400 plus years ago when I was brought here in shackles, not as an immigrant. I know what that means, and I think it's important to say, yes, I'm a proud American, I'm sitting here, but this flag, the red, white, and blue, does not have my history in there other than to say that I was a slave. I am so much more than a slave, and I think by putting up the red, the black, and the green, people began to understand, and we have those conversations about what our contributions are. No, we're not just a slave, and so we need to have this, and I think it's important. So I'm not in any way saying, and I do like the idea of everybody coming together. My whole walk with life from the time I was in my mother's womb has been to bring people of all backgrounds, religions, nations, sexual, gender, etc., languages, whether you migrated, immigrated, or came in shackles, together as one. But I think unless we start having these conversations and celebrating the contribution of African Americans, it's not told in the red, white, and blue. So I am very much in favor of this. I'm grateful to all the people and the patience that was given to us, and I'm grateful for all the people that shared, contributions up here, again, as a council, and I do respect, what you're saying as well.
Yeah,
and I think it's fine that we don't always have to agree here, and we'll be fine, and that doesn't make one of us any right or wronger. This is just my opinion, and other people have theirs, but now you have it, my opinion. Anybody else wish to say anything up here? No?
3 cheers for the red, white, and blue.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, you said it well.
Madam Clerk, will you please do a roll call?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
No.
Counselor Toller?
Absolutely, yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now we're going to move on to new business resolutions, and Councilor D'Amato, if you would lead us up from number 1, please.
Resolution R-24-270, resolution awarding a fair and open contract to National Metering Services, Inc. for installation of water meters with radio frequency meter interface units, RFMIU, and so moved.
Second.
Councilor Williams?
Yeah, the third whereas it still says 3 vendors, there's only 2.
2, I saw that too. Okay.
I meant to correct that last time, Counselor, my apologies. Should be 2.
Any other discussion on Resolution R-24-270?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes, thank you. I guess my question, and I don't know, is Mr.
He's here,
He's
Mr.
here.
Primavera's here.
Sure. I guess really, how you doing tonight? You all
Good
right?
evening, Mayor and Council. Happy New Year to you all.
Good evening. New Year.
Mr. Manager.
It says 1516 water meters in residential and commercial areas. How often would we have to replace these meters?
So usually we replace these meters every 10 to 15 years. This is a threefold project we're looking to do because of the new lead service line replacement plan. We are trying to attack what unknowns we have left. We have around 780 unknown lead service or service line material on the homeowner side. So what this does is this allows us to get in to change the meter, the radio unit, but also update what their service material is coming through the wall so we can update our inventory list as per the NJDEP. It's required of us to do this.
Okay, and if you can share with me, not now, but maybe via email, you have a list of those residential
Yes, we do.
homes?
Yeah,
Okay.
all, so we sent out, we initially had 1,000. We sent out 1,000 letters to all of the unknown residences, and we got about 200 responses back, a little over 200 responses back of what they were. They emailed us a picture. So anyone who was unknown received a letter, again, as per the NJDEP in November. And then they will be receiving letters moving forward again to allow this contractor to come in to change the meter so we can upgrade.
Okay, so will you be sending letters out again to residents?
Yes, yes, with the contractor. The contractor will send letters.
You said you only got 200 back, though?
Yes, we only got well, we started with 1,000, 220 responses around
So
there.
I'm saying the people, were you able to reach every resident in town? That's my question, because you're saying you got 200 back, but we're talking about 1,500.
So the other thing we are doing with this is since COVID and the laws during COVID changed, we weren't allowed to do shut-offs and things like that. We actually have 250 meters that are unreadable. So we are going to send those residences letters also.
Okay.
To try and upgrade them, so that way, because right now they're paying the minimum, we don't know what they're using. And they're not being responsive to our letters that are being sent out. So moving forward, we're going to try and, reach them through the contractor. And we do have an ordinance in place that we can shut the water off. We don't like to. It's not something we prefer to do. But if people are not responsive after a while, something we may have to do.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
No problem.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Counselor Birmingham, would you please do the resolution R-25-001?
Sure. Resolution R-25-001, resolution authorizing the adoption of the 2025 temporary budget, and I so move.
Second? Discussion?
Yeah, I just thought, looking at the resolution, that the third whereas, shouldn't it really be, shall not exceed 26.25%? It's not 26 and 25.
Say that again so I can put it on here, please.
That's just, instead of the point.
26 and 25%.
It's not a big deal, but I'm just,
Oh, so
that should be how it reads.
So
26.25%. And the way it was written, handwritten, it says 26 and, so we're just going to take that and out. Any other discussion? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I understand that we have to do this because it's required by statute. The only thing that I wanted to ask is what is the what are we pending for the final budget, if anybody can answer that?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What is pending for the final budget at this point? I'm just curious.
So, yeah, and basically, we are required by statute to pass this temporary budget within the first 30 days of the year. The local finance board has extended budget dates, and I'll just give them to you here. The date of transmission of the budget to the governing body from the executive has been extended from January 17th, 2025 to February 28th, 2025. So that is when we should expect to see. And obviously, we are working with the manager, and it will be sooner, but that is the deadline. Submission of the municipal annual financial statement deadline has been extended from January 26th to March 7th. The municipal introduction and approval of the budget has been extended from February 10th to March 31st. So that is the deadline for when we must introduce and approve the budget. And then the adoption date has been extended from March 20th to April 30th, 2025. And so when you ask about the state of the budget, we've been, there's a lot of things in play. One thing you might notice on the temporary budget is that our health insurance costs have gone up considerably from last year. And I know we talked about this earlier, and we've been talking about this quite a bit. We participate in the state health benefits program. The state health benefits program is under duress, to put it mildly. We are seeing an increase this year in our premiums of over $1 million. When we heard about this over the summer and in September, we did look through IMAC to see if we would be candidates for moving to either private insurer or a HIF, a health insurance fund. And given our claims history, we were not candidates, and Mr. LaPola, I appreciate you doing that. We were not candidates for switching to another insurance, so this is something that we will need to continue to pursue next year and in 2026, because these premiums, as I said, are going up. We're also seeing increases in our liability insurance and our pension, required pension payments. So these are just statutory payments of increases of well over $1 million that we're going to be seeing, just again to keep the status quo. So we will be having much further discussions on that, but I just wanted to give you all a heads up there.
Thank you very much. Councilor Toller?
Yes, thank you. I just have a question. I guess this is there's no page number on it, but it's under the township, one of these budget sheets here. If somebody, or Mr. LaPola, if you can explain, it says Township Manager S&W and then Township Manager O.E. I need an explanation of what OE is and SW, because I see it for there, I see it for several of the departments, and I'm just not sure what OE means. I could assume other expenses.
Operating expenses.
Operating expenses.
Salary and wage and operating expense.
Other or operating?
Operating.
Other expenses under the state budget line, other expenses, anything other than the salaries and wages go into that line.
Okay, and what would that money be used for?
Anything you buy anything other than salaries and expenses, like you buy tables, chairs, papers, pencils, or any operating expenses like dig a hole on the road.
Okay, no.
Whatever that can be. Salting, yeah, salt.
lawyers or
You put
everything.
the salt on the roads for winter time. You pay professionals, like any professional services, anything that these
okay,
are
that's
all other
interesting.
expenses.
So I'm sorry, just so I was clear, it's other expenses other than salary and
Salaries and
wages.
wages, yes.
And does it include the benefit element of a salary?
Benefits also are in the other expenses.
Okay, so it's a big category of things. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So when you say insurance, so the township attorney, no offense to you, but he has an OE line also, so.
Township attorney's
Right.
OE line, yes, the law department has to operate, right? They have their own expenses. They have other attorneys as professional services as well.
And it comes out of that account?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I think that's the only question I have at the moment. Thank you.
I have
Happy New Year,
I have a question, please. Can you explain the Township Council resources that are listed here, because they don't add up to what I would think that they would be or should be based on what I was told. Can you help me with that?
It should be 26.25% of last year's final budget.
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
26% of that.
26.25%.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else?
So oh, sorry. So I make a motion with respect to R-25.
No, we didn't vote, did we vote?
No, you
Oh.
didn't vote yet.
We
On the
sorry.
temporary.
I have a motion on the floor to adopt Resolution R-25-001.
Second.
Temporary. Would you like for me to call the roll?
Please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes, but doesn't this say O2 at the top?
I have,
Mine-
it's agenda item number 2, but it's Resolution R-25-001.
Mine says 2025.
It says 2025-002.
Resolution authorizing
That's the,
adoption of the
resolution number,
2025 temporary
25.
budget.
Dash
Oh,
002.
I'm sorry, because it didn't match up to the agenda,
To
that's why I
the
was-
yellow, yeah, no,
His
it's
point is
different.
that it says
Yep.
001 here and 002.
Yeah, no,
Oh, I have 001.
resolution 25-002.
The resolution number is R-25-001.
Okay.
Ah,
Yeah.
it's a lot of that.
First resolution of the year?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay, Counselor Lockman, would you please do the bill list?
Yes, okay. I move that Resolution -25-002, the bill list resolution, whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amounts set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex that said invoices be and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the schedule attached hereto and made a part hereof. Council meeting date, it's the wrong date, isn't it? It should be council meeting date today, right, which is 1/16/25. The total amount, 7
No,
million.
today is the 7th.
Oh, 17th, excuse me.
7th.
7.
Yeah, you're trying to rush us into it.
7/17-25, total amount, $7,495,704.69. I so move.
Second? Discussion? Counselor Toller, you have anything?
Not at the moment, Madam Mayor. You know I'm going
I know,
through it,
it's-
right?
okay. Anyone? Counselor D'Amato, Birmingham? No?
I just had one question about, on page 6, the Schlafer Masonry. Is that something like that you competitively bid for a $10,000 masonry charge, or you just, I know he's a local mason, does that,
No, it was not. It's not bid.
it's not bid at all?
It's under the threshold, yes.
Oh, it's under the
Under the
threshold, so no,
threshold.
okay. Yep.
May I, for the record?
I'm
that-
sorry, just give me one moment,
Sure.
please. Counselor Lockman, did you have anything else, or
Oh,
were you
no,
done
no.
there? Okay, Counselor Toller, all you.
Yes, I just wanted to state that the masonry that Councilor Laughlin is referring to is the company that actually erected the triangle in the south end. There was a motor vehicle accident in the very early part of November. I recommended that we use that masonry because he has the bricks that are no longer, that are discontinued. He's repaired it 2 or 3 times already. He repaired it for us again this year. He has some additional bricks. He made a brick garden in the middle of the triangle so that when it's hit again, he can repair it. Because after that, we'll be looking at different color bricks around that triangle, so.
But is there a problem with that being an accident-prone corner? We don't want to have to pay $10,000 every 6 months for an accident occurring.
Well, that's Vision Zero and the Mobility
Okay.
Committee,
So
correct?
there-
Streets, we'll take a good
Safe
look at that.
streets.
There
Yes.
have been
Yeah.
multiple accidents
Let
then.
them figure that out.
Anyone else?
Mayor, I did have one. I can't find it. I saw it earlier today, that there was a charge for a bluestone sidewalk.
Yeah, I saw that too.
What was that? Is that the resident sidewalk? That's it?
Wow. Come and hit my house.
Good evening.
Good evening. Happy New Year. Yes, that is, we replaced a bluestone sidewalk. It was a sidewalk that was upended by a tree and snapped. So
Oh.
that's why we replaced that piece of sidewalk.
Three pieces of sidewalk.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Good.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Deputy Mayor? Please, if you would do,
Mayor,
oh, I'm sorry.
these are discussions, you want me to go through them? So
Absolutely.
we can
Thank you
go-
so much.
And we do have some of
Yes.
the directors here in case anyone has any questions on them, just feel free to interrupt,
Thank you.
okay? Number 4 is a resolution, the council authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute a federal aid grant with NJDOT. This has to do with the Glenridge Avenue cycle track between Forest Street and Lackawanna Plaza, and the Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment plan. We received a grant. We were then given the options of several pre-selected engineering firms to enter into a contract with for design. Staff recommends Greenman Peterson or Pedersen, I don't know what they go by these days. And we will be reimbursed for those costs for that design work.
Can I ask a question
Sure.
about that?
Janice?
Counselor Lockman?
Yeah. I know, Janice, you know what I'm going to say here. That's a bicycle path, fundamentally. You're calling it a cycle track, but it's basically a bike path, correct?
Yes, it's a separate bicycle path, so it's designed separated from the street.
And it's similar to the one on the start of Glenridge Avenue by Bloomfield Avenue?
Yes, it is.
So, in my view, it's a bicycle path to nowhere. And we are spending, and they are spending, the government is spending how much money in doing this bicycle? I mean, eventually there'll be a greenway, but at this point, we have, a bicycle path that's useless fundamentally. It goes nowhere and it comes from nowhere. So I'm just objecting, because I'd like to voice my opinion about this.
But isn't that the point of this, to to extend it, so it goes
To
somewhere?
extend it to what? The beginning of, like where Crane Park is? It doesn't go very far, and it costs a lot, and it's useless.
If there's a question, I can answer. The plan is to put this in place, eventually connect it to the beginning of the Essex Hudson Greenway. It's
Yes.
going to start in Montclair.
Yes.
It's very expensive. As you can see, it's $1 million just for construction costs or anticipated construction costs to go from Forest Street to where the Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment plan will start.
And that's at Crane Park, pretty much?
No, it passes Crane Park, but it goes from Forest Street all the way
to
past.
Oh, the other side of where Lackawanna
It
starts.
goes over to where the Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment starts, which is where
Like
that
Pine.
culvert is.
Oh, yes, yeah, I got you, right.
So that's, the construction costs are about $1 million. The design cost, which this is for design, is about $330,000, all of which is paid through grants. This is paid by the state.
New Jersey taxpayers paying the state. The state gives us this money to build a bike path at this point to nowhere. That's my point. That's my money as a taxpayer in New Jersey that's paying for this stuff.
I'm sorry, I recognize Councilor Toller and then Councilor D'Amato. Sorry.
Yep, thank you. I'm just curious, I tend to agree with Councilor Loffman here that this is pretty much a big waste of money.
Ding, 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 ding.
No, I'm just saying, I'm just wondering, did we get any residential feedback if this is something that residents want to have in place here? You know, are we just doing things because
We can get the money.
we can get the money? Did we talk to the residents in the area to see if they want this? Just asking.
We did not have any public hearings about this potential bike lane. There was a decision on the previous council to do it and to go after the funding. However, there is a public engagement component in the design proposal for this. So we will be reaching out to the neighborhoods and to the township to provide feedback as this consultant works on the designs.
Okay, so if we accept this grant money, I just have one more question, then Councilor D'Amato. And we don't utilize it, we have to return that, is correct? Or is it
That's
just-
correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Councilor D'Amato and then Councilor Lockman.
Yeah, I mean, if it's Trenton's money, let's take it and spend it. I'm all for that. But seriously, this is, how long is it from Forest Street to there? We're talking about a quarter of a mile, 1,000 feet. So the engineering of a bike path is something like $300 a foot.
$300,000, yeah.
But what does that suggest for us as a fan of bikes and bike lanes? Are we going to end up spending $300 a foot of our own money if we try to implement bike lanes in Montclair? Is that what it costs?
No, this is for a separate bike lane. So we're actually.
A protected bike lane.
Right. It's a.
Is it, or does it look like the one on Glen Ridge Avenue?
Well,
which is
what we
not
want to do is we
protected?
want to put the bollards to help improve safety.
Right.
But there will be and we don't have the design yet. It could be designed, we haven't seen this in New Jersey yet, but it could be designed where you put the parking lane between the bike lane and the curb, which protects the bikes from the cars. So it hasn't been designed yet, but it is a separate bike lane, not a shared bike lane, which we've seen in Montclair. And I think that the reason we want to do it is it's probably the safest alternative for bicyclists. And the intent was, because it will ultimately connect to the Essex Hudson Greenway, this will provide the safest and easiest passage to the center of Montclair.
And this, again, would be, I'm trying to be hopeful or whatever. This is probably the most complicated little part of our town in that path, correct?
That's right.
Or one of them. I'm just, don't want us to have this as a benchmark, that when you design, a quarter of a mile, it's going to cost you more than $250,000 in the engineering fees. So, I'm sorry to be making this long, but basically, I would like to hear that this is as hard as it gets, and it's early in the process, so there's some reason why it's so expensive.
Right, because I think in this instance, there may be moving some curbs, so we have to have a very good survey. We have to, because it's federal, this is federally funded. It's the construction is federally funded, and as you know, that increases construction costs because we have to do a cultural resources survey, we have to do an alternatives analysis. A NEPA, yes, all of which add the cost. So a lot of those costs are created because the funding source is federal.
Question. I just want to know, how far off is the Essex Greenway project before it, launches? I mean, are we talking 5 years, 10 years?
No, they're starting construction this year. We had a meeting earlier today. Mayor Baskerville was there. A representative from the Greenway was there as well. The meeting today was about the Essex County Safety Action Plan, They got federal money to do with their safety. It's a separate project. We're doing ours as a supplement to theirs. So all of the communities, and there's 4 communities in Essex County besides us, in addition to the county, all of which are doing these safety action plans, many of which are trying to not only address the Vision Zero initiatives, but also incorporate connections to the Essex Hudson Greenway.
I'm just curious, if we, I'm not really in favor of this, but I'm just thinking about Lackawanna itself. That street is very tight. We're going to have a bike lane. We're going to have traffic coming in and out if the project goes up. We have a post office there. It's just...
The redevelopment plan requires them to widen Glenridge Avenue to accommodate for the bike lane. So, and they're going to pay for that section of it.
And so
who's going to pay for it?
they.
The developer.
Oh, okay.
The developer, when I say they're going to widen the road and pay for that portion of the bike lane.
Well, and this is my question. So Jose Herman, he did a lot of work doing Crane Park, fixing it up on his own dime, so to speak. It looks beautiful now. As I understand it, this project will narrow the sidewalk, cut that park. And why would we even?
We don't have it.
contemplate?
We don't have it designed yet,
I
and
know,
that's
but
why
that's
we
a
need.
possibility. Yeah.
I can't answer that
Because it is, as Ms. Toller, Councilor Toller says, it's a very narrow street.
Yes, Councilor Williams?
So the existing bike lane that's right there, those.
The Sharrows.
Excuse me?
The Sharrows. The existing one on Glenridge Avenue. Yes.
This is just a general comment. Those sticks that we're looking for that, measure how long someone's staying in the area, because people tend to park in that bike lane.
Those safety sticks.
Yeah, the safety sticks. People tend to park in that bike lane. So, I guess whatever plan that they have here should probably include those safety sticks, just because I routinely see cars parked there. But anyway.
Especially delivery trucks. I see the delivery trucks for
absolutely
the
right,
businesses a lot. So they're not used by bikers. I've never seen a biker on one of those things. It's a pain in the neck because it takes away parking.
But
I know, you got to start somewhere, but, yeah, move on.
I'm excited
Dr.
about the
Birmingham?
idea of safer biking, and I think if we're going to be the beginning and/or end of the Greenway project, it makes sense for us to have a safe way to get up into town. So and even if it's not tomorrow, I mean, this project is going to take a while, and so if the Greenway is starting now, I mean, when I go to places where biking is protected, I think it's just the best thing. So I'm supportive of this.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm very supportive of this. I know it's in phases, and there are constituents who are excited about being able to eventually, use this route to bike and run and walk along the Greenway. I think the main question is, I was going to bring up the issue about Crane Park. I know that's been brought up, and that should be a consideration when the design is being thought of. So I hope that that will be really considered.
Absolutely.
Councilor Toller? Oh, I'm sorry. No, you were not finished. Okay.
You sure?
Councilor
Okay.
Toller and then Councilor Birmingham?
Okay, thanks. So I guess my next question is, if we accept this, do we have X amount of time that we have to utilize the money? Or is there a time frame on when we have to use the money?
No, actually, we don't get, it's a reimbursement grant.
A reimbursement grant, okay.
And honestly, the way the state works, the timing depends upon when because we're working with their engineer. So it's on when they can factor it in on their availability. So I'm not sure when they'll be able to start this, and it'll probably take a good 7 months to get it done.
It just feels like if we go with this, we're gonna build it and then destroy it, because the street has to be wide, and then we're gonna have to do it again.
I think the intent is you do it once, you don't have to do it again.
So then the street should be widened first.
No, this is just the design.
Okay.
Okay? We don't widen the street, this is just doing the surveying, doing the analysis, doing the outreach, to come up with the design. Once the design is approved by you and by the state, then we go into construction. We already have the funds for that. you
No,
know, so-
okay, I get that. So when you say the design component, how are we going to design it? If, do we wait until Lackawanna is ready to go, or do we just, that's why I'm asking
No,
about
this
the
will go,
spending.
this will happen before, probably within the next year. So we do the design now for this next phase. I don't know when Lackawanna will happen and when they'll come up with their detailed designs, but I'm sure that they'll build on what comes out of this design initiative.
And there's no way to be certain that we can protect Crane Park. I mean, I know the township gave that park, Mr. Adjournment, an ordinance with native plants and bees and things, and, I don't want to see it destroyed, so.
I don't think that this would destroy Crane Park, and that's why we have the public outreach. Okay, we will talk about the alternatives, and the federal funding requirement requires us to look at alternatives so that we choose a design alternative that minimizes impacts.
So when you say
environmental
alternative, do
impacts.
you mean, it could be another street besides Glenridge Avenue, or just another design alternative?
It will not be another street
It would
besides
definitely be
Glenridge
just a
Avenue. It's
different
Glenridge
design
Avenue.
Alternative, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Lockman?
So, I've been on the Greenway, and the way I enter it is in the parking lot by the Sherman Street, I guess it is, parking lot that the hospital has. Is that going to be the start or the end of the, it will
Yes.
be?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Birmingham?
So just, you were describing the process. We can expect within 9 months or so to see a design, or is that what you predict? And
I would say, once we get a contract with them, this probably will start within the first 6 months of this year. Okay, so it'll definitely be complete. I would anticipate we would try to complete the design within this year, within 2025.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble getting this around my head. Like, Lackawanna Plaza is going to be built into something, right? And there's, I don't know how many feet between the park and then the Muse, right? And the bike lane will be going all on Glenridge Avenue, past on the Lackawanna side, correct?
Well, I assume it's the Lackawanna side. We haven't designed it yet. That's where we'll be looking at the alternatives.
may-
But it's going to go all the way from the culvert next to the Glenridge Avenue entrance at Lackawanna Plaza all the way to Forest Street. The designs, when we did our concepts, we assumed it was on the south side of the street of Glenridge
Yeah.
Avenue. But part of this analysis will look at what's the best design for the township and the neighborhood. It might move to the north side. I don't know. We haven't determined that yet.
It's on the south side right now.
Right.
And not even the site plan for Lackawanna Plaza, and I'm not trying to be snarky here in any way, it will impact what the bike lane should be like, because it'll be like the egress off of the bike lanes and stuff like that will all be dependent on how they design Lackawanna Plaza, and then how they design going over the bridge, and not to mention the fact that whatever is built there, the construction of it on both sides of Grove Street, it will be torn up. And I'll tell you, part of the reason that I'm kind of stressing about this is that, we had this PSE&G thing, not the fault of the township, but that, we had beautiful streets that were then torn up. And a lot of people are sad just about, literally it's depressing. So it just seems weird that we would be doing this when it is probably 3 to 4 years that that whole part of town is going to be some kind of giant construction project. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I do think we do have control. Over where how they stage their construction. So I don't necessarily agree with you that section of Glenridge Avenue will be torn up for construction of Lackawanna Plaza. in fact, I haven't seen that. I know that Grove Street, there'll be improvements on Grove Street, but north of, changes on Glenridge Avenue, west of Union, up to Forest, I don't really see a lot of construction there being created by whatever goes on at Lackawanna Plaza. Grove Street, absolutely yes. They have to redo those intersections. They have to make significant improvements on Grove Street. That's what I anticipate. When we haven't even done the site plan review, so that's where I think most of the construction and
Right, the but impact- literally, like where the trucks will be going in and out, the curb cuts don't exist yet.
Right.
We don't know where they are.
And the bike lane won't pass Lackawanna Plaza. It'll stop before we get there. It's phased. When Lackawanna Plaza is built, then that's when they will put in the developer will put in that section of the bike lane.
All right.
That's adjacent to their property.
Okay, I get it.
Okay, they'll be on the hook for that. Okay?
I just feel like we should have really talked to the residents before this was even put up.
The business owners.
And the
who are
business
on
owners.
Glenridge
It's
Avenue.
kind of a bad decision to make on behalf of residents and business owners. Tear the street up in 9 months and then fix it, and then Lackawanna comes along, we're going to tear it up again and then fix it. It's not fair to the residents or the businesses for that much chaos to happen. And
I think when we do with this design element, which includes the community engagement, and it also includes the gathering the required information about existing conditions, will provide the process by which we can discuss the options with the neighborhood.
Can I say, I'm sorry.
No, I just heard you say that Grove Street will be done over, that's a county road, and they would be responsible for that. Is that correct? Or
That's improvements to Grove Street will be done as part of the development of Lackawanna Plaza. I anticipate that when the site plan gets through the planning board, issues with Grove Street will be identified. We talked about that as part of the redevelopment plan, so we know that the changes will be necessary on Grove Street and certainly along Glenridge Avenue where it's adjacent to Lackawanna Plaza. But this is all east of it, leading up to that, and I don't believe that Lackawanna Plaza will create construction problems for the bike lane to the west on Glenridge Avenue.
Construction problems, period. But, okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
Yes, Councilor Lockman.
So, Ms. Talley, if we go down the line of doing community engagement and potential designs, and it's determined that this doesn't make any sense for that area, do we have to give them money back?
No, we just don't get the construction money from the federal government.
So we pay for what we've incurred thus far?
No, we get reimbursed.
We get reimbursed.
For the design.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I'm asking. We're not going to be out any monies if this doesn't fly.
No.
Okay.
Anyone else? If not, Manager LaPola?
Number 5 is a binding resolution determining the present and prospective fair share of the fourth round of affordable housing obligations for the Township of Montclair. Our obligation is 132 units over the next 10 years, and that's rehabilitation, not new construction. So we are obligated under the law to pass this resolution. We did not challenge the designation calculation of our obligation that some towns did, and I actually think one of the speakers earlier today referenced the fact that they were not successful in court, but that's what we are doing here today.
And I would actually request that, if possible, that the council take action on this resolution this evening, because we have a hard deadline to get this submitted to the state by January 30th.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the resolution determining the present and prospective fair share of the fourth round of affordable housing obligations for the Township of Montclair.
I would second that.
Discussion? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay. Item number 6 is a resolution authorizing the use of competitive contracting for consulting services to develop the township's safety action plan with demonstration project. This is, we received $438,000 Safe Streets grant, and this is authorizing us to go out for competitive bid for consulting services to develop that project.
So I just have a question.
Yes, Councilor Lockman.
So when you say a local safety action plan with demonstration projects, that means Safe Street Plan? I just want to make sure I understand the terminology. That's identical with that.
It's the Safe Streets for All. It's called the Safe Streets for All program.
Okay.
So that's the grant is the Safe Streets for All. The project, the product is a safety action plan.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, number 7 is a resolution authorizing the refund of an escrow account balance from a matter that was before the Board of Adjustment for $3,500. Number 8 is a resolution authorizing execution of a professional engineering services agreement with Negley Engineering Associates for storm sewer infrastructure conveyance system mapping for NJDEP MS4 permit compliance.
Can we, would Mr. Ashley, would you mind just, I know we've talked about this in terms of getting a handle on some of the flooding, and you've talked about the importance of sewer mapping, storm sewer mapping. Can you just elaborate or just explain to the public the importance of that?
Sure. With this mapping, this is also required by the DEPs. This is something that is required from the state. But what this mapping will allow us to do is more accurately analyze our system. Our current maps are a hodgepodge of when they were put in. There are missing pipes. There's no sizes. So when we identify the sizes and the conveyances within the map, that will allow us to better plan for sewer system upgrades. And where the system, if there's areas in which we can improve them. Because with our system, and with any system in the state of New Jersey, there's not a cohesive pipe size or pipe material. They're put in when there is a need for them, and it is it was not set to any one standard. So this will help us with that.
So you can have like bigger pipes trying to get into smaller pipes, and that can be bottleneck.
Yeah, we often do. We'll go from box culverts to 30-inch pipes down to 18, back up to 18.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Angela Pola?
1 second, Mayor. Number 9 is a resolution establishing a cash management plan, naming official depositories for the Township of Montclair for calendar year 2025. Resolution 10 is a resolution to rescind the petty cash fund for the clerk's office. Number 11 is a resolution authorizing the Township of Montclair.
Oh, wait.
Oh, sorry.
So I had a question about 9.
Number 9, Councilor
Number 9.
Lockman?
Yeah. So it strikes me from looking at this that there's only one person that is responsible for opening new accounts or managing the accounts, and that's the CFO. Is there anybody else that acts also as like a co-signatory? It's just all in the hands of just the CFO.
I thought our township ordinance said it was the CFO and the deputy manager and/or township manager.
Well, I'm just reading this, and it only mentions one name, or one position.
May I?
Yeah.
This is to opening the account only. To pay anything, we do require two signatures, any amount.
Yeah, but you only can open an account without any.
Yes, that is what the statute requires.
At your own discretion or whatever. There's nobody else that oversees this or looks at it as well. So it's just you.
Whoever has the ability, the manager has the access, they can all look at it.
Yeah,
The
but only
opening.
So it's your signature on the account, or?
It's just signature, like again, to pay any money, it has to have two signatures. But to open any account, this is only, the statute binds the CFO to be responsible for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so number 10, as I mentioned, is the resolution to rescind the petty cash fund for the clerk's office. Number 11 is a resolution authorizing the Township of Montclair to submit a grant application to New Jersey Department of Community Affairs for the 2025 Local Recreation Improvement Grant Program for the Edgemont Park Outdoor Seating Improvements Project.
Counselor Lockman?
Yeah, I have a question about both 11 and 12, these grants applications. So we have Clary Anderson Arena that's in dire need of help. But are we applying for any grants to do anything on that site?
My understanding is so far there have been no grants that would be eligible for, when we design a project, perhaps we can apply, but we're not at that point yet.
All right.
Counselor Williams?
Yeah, notice this grant has a matching fund of, what, 467? Is this, so it's a lot of money. Is there any other projects that are, maybe more in need or maybe more of a priority than this one, since we have to put up, significant amount of funds?
Just 1 second, Counselor.
Yeah, number 12.
God bless you.
Number 12, please ask me about this part. The applicant agrees to provide matching information. This came from DCS, right?
Is
Good
this your grant?
question, Counselor
Will you
Williams.
address the matching issue? I'm sorry.
Try to get an answer for you.
I'm looking at 11 and 12.
So you're, I'm sorry, you're referencing the mountainside improvements, correct? Yeah, so this project was actually part of a 2019 application for Nishuane Park, for Essex, and for Mountainside. It was over the amount, so we had to make a decision, or my predecessor had to make a decision of which one to eliminate, and the one that we eliminated was Mountainside Park. It's the same basic project as what was done in Nishuane Park. It's a resurfacing of the tennis courts, the basketball courts, some fencing, some sidewalks, and the like. So the reason why we're applying for this is because it was eliminated in the 2019 award.
So, I'm sorry, I think, if I'm understanding your question, I'm reading it too, it says that there's an anticipated township match of $467,000. So where would that come from? Would that come from our regular budget, or?
Capital.
Capital account.
Oh, capital account,
Yes.
capital account.
But you're getting $1.4 million in improvements.
Correct. Well, so for a total improvements of 1.8 million.
Okay. Okay. And it says here, a loan, the $467,000 can be a loan from the state, which would likely be low interest.
Correct.
loan. Okay.
All the grants require matching. Some of them could be in kind, but for these kind of park projects, I think they all require, almost all require a matching component.
And we have to use these funds for, the courts and stuff like this. They can't be used to make improvements to the pools.
The issue, we have used funds in the past for pools, but the issue with this particular grant is that it would require that because we don't, it would have to be open to more than just Montclair residents. So if we were to use these funds for that, we'd have to allow for members from the public from outside of Montclair.
And I'm sorry to get so deep in the weeds here. So let's just say, for example, we do use these funds for the pool, right? And we allow other residents in. Do we have to allow, can we put caps on it in terms of the amount of outside Montclair residents that you can use the facilities, or what? Are there any sort of restrictions on that, or, just curious? It's kind of a gotcha question, so you can.
I only know this because this happened in Weehawken. Weehawken built a brand-new beautiful pool right on the waterfront. And it was initially limited to Weehawken residents, but because they got Green Acres funding, they had to open it up to all members of the public regardless of where they live. So to your question, there would be capacity limits, right? I mean, the fire department would determine how many people could be in there, but you would not be able to put limits on how many out-of-town residents would have access to the pool.
And would you have to charge everybody the same amount?
I don't know the answer to
I
that.
know
I'd
this is kind of like
I'd have to look
weeds
into that part
question.
for you.
But like our courts and our playground need to be resurfaced period. Like it's not something that you can just be like, oh, we never need to resurface these things, right? So
They were due to be resurfaced in 2019.
Okay.
So, I mean, you can see the wear.
yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for being here with us. But while you're here, this question is a little aside. Can you speak to me a little bit about the infrastructure in that park? Because from what I understand, the baseball field, which we did over maybe when 2019, when did we do the baseball field? It's
Around
not.
the same time.
Yeah, around 2019 or in that ballpark. It's underwater and people are not able to. So I'm asking that because while we move forward, and I think it's great that we're going to do improvements to the park that need to have it, I want to make sure that we do something with the infrastructure. Are you aware of that, first of all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, there's
Okay.
drainage issues within the park, but we feel that the work on the pathways can eliminate some of those issues, because along with that will come drainage.
Okay, so that'll help.
Correct.
In that regard.
Yes.
Well, that's a great point.
Mhm.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate what you're doing for us.
Thank you.
Anyone else, or are we ready for Mr. Lapola?
Does that cover 11 and 12 on the?
Yes.
13 and 14?
We're going to get to her.
Resolution.
Good.
Amending the fair and open contract with engineering for calendar year 2025 on municipal engineering services, and Mr. Ashley is here. So you talked about that too, right, Mr. Ashley? Sorry. The last item we have is the Neglia item, so before you leave. But, I'm sorry, in case they have any questions.
Sorry. Yes.
By the way, this would be, I don't want to speak for Mr. Ashley, approximately $450,000 would be charged to capital, and if we do amend that ordinance regarding the escrows, we should be able to generate another $100,000, which will offset this too.
Okay.
Hopefully, we'll have that ordinance ready to go. Having to do with when we were, what is that? It's the
stormwater.
stormwater ordinance, where we would take an escrow and then charge the residents, because we're spending about at least $100,000 a year just on the engineering reviews of those projects. So we have to finalize that, but that money would help offset this.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
I have a couple questions about the.
Yes, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, about the Neglia. I mean, I'm just, we're talking a lot about engineering costs in our discussion, and in the Vision Zero Task Force, and we're getting ready to present the complete street ordinance. And so I guess I'm a little skeptical about this not to exceed $800,000 amount, just given what we know about the additional amount of work and hours anticipated just from that. And can you speak to that a little bit?
We don't anticipate going over the not to exceed, that we've planned into the increased traffic requirements for the studies and whatnot. That's not to say that it really depends on the council's prerogative of how much they want to do at any one time. So again, that's up to how much the township wants to take on. But this is what we have anticipated for the 2025 year.
Okay. Councilor Williams?
No, to Mr. Ashley's point, I know that the engineers working on a couple of traffic studies for some problematic areas, particularly Harrison and Llewellyn, Elm and Harrison and Gates, and then also Seymour Street is probably going to need some engineering as well. So that stuff just popped up, and I'm sure he didn't anticipate having to deal with that at the beginning of last year. So.
Oh,
Yeah,
Counselor Toller?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, maybe as a council going, our next conference or executive session, we can talk about in-house engineers. I just feel like we're spending so much money with these firms to, if we had an in-house person or two in-house persons, I don't know what the difference in this, the money would be, but I would imagine we would end up saving if we got an in-house engineer back or two. This just doesn't, to me, I can't fathom the amount of money we're paying various firms to do work. Would it be the same money to have someone in-house to do the same work and have the books in their office and be able to address the issues right then and there when we need it? It's just a question, just a statement. It seems like every meeting there's a neglia or this one, and the amounts are just phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
Counselor Williams?
Phenomenal. So could we, to Councilor Toller's point, and I was an advocate of having a town engineer in-house as well, but then when I kind of do back of the envelope on, we have a firm right now doing this stuff. I know we have a person on site, but basically he's doing work, and then is other stuff is going to a firm. And if we probably would need more than one engineer here, maybe three, and at $150 a piece or $200 a piece plus health benefits, you're getting pretty close to that $800,000 figure. But I do agree with Councilor Toller, but I think that we can probably do some sort of analysis here to see what we want to do since the budget season is coming up. But anyway.
Thank you.
Counselor, all I can tell you is when we had the vacancy for DC, for Austin's position, and we advertised strongly for an engineer, but it wasn't required. Out of the, I don't know how many dozens of applications we received, there was, I believe, one engineer who applied for the job, because right now there's so much federal money out there, the infrastructure money. Civil engineers are at a premium, and they're basically naming their price. That's going to change probably in the next few years because of the change in what's going on in Washington. But we were shocked by the fact that we had one civil engineer, and I don't mean to sound ageist, but he was well into his 80s. So he was the only person who was.
I respect that, but I still think it's worth the conversation.
It's worth looking at, but it's just the salaries they demand.
Careful.
I'm being careful. I'm not that old, Mayor.
I did get somebody told me that, with every passing year, each area of engineering is becoming more specialized. And so having one person in-house, they're going to send out a lot of work anyway, just because no one knows everything. But it is true that when we pass, and we will pass the Complete Streets Ordinance, it will require a lot of engineering. And that's why we need to be making sure that it doesn't cost, $500 a foot.
Yep. But we can definitely take a look at that. Let's just, talk about it, look at some comparison, what it would cost for in-house versus what we're spending out.
Or even start looking to see if we can find someone, right? Because we've been saying this for a while.
Yeah.
And I think it would be good for us just to see, if there's anybody out there. Because even if we had one in-house and we needed to then use some others on occasion in a similar manner that we may do with an attorney full-time, I just don't know what that cost would look like,
Because even if you can get one, you may, because like Maplewood, for example, Princeton I've already told you, but Maplewood has 3 engineers on their staff. So Maplewood is a smaller town by every measure. They have 3, like their head is, and then they have 2 other engineers. So
tell me they're consultants and not full-time benefits.
Well, I'm looking at it right here because
Oh, wow.
I was curious about it. But anyway, I think it's something we can look at, for sure. Yeah. But thank you for being here.
Thank you. Okay. Is that where we're with that? Okay, good. So at this point in time, the entire council is very excited, and we are going to do committee reports. We've been getting out very late and have not had committee reports. And so tonight, we're all very excited, and each individual council member, as they choose to do so, will be given an opportunity to talk about their committees and go to the order at the same time. So this should be something for everyone to know, and it's important to us that those of you that are here and everyone that's home watching, that you understand how very, very dedicated and committed we all are. And when we go through some gray patches, oftentimes the great work of the council can get in the shadow of those gray patches, and perhaps people don't even see some of the great things. So I thought it would be amazing for us just to take that opportunity and let you know, and just to reassure you that we are here, we're handling business, and yeah, so that's what we're going to do now. So which side, who wants to start? Okay.
I'll start.
Councilor Toller?
Thank you. For the good of the order, I don't have much because I didn't have anything prepared, but the Township's Dr. Martin Luther King Scholarship Fund annual breakfast, it'll be its 36th year. That's scheduled for January 20th at the Montclair High School Annex in the Atrium. You can see the flyer on our website. I think it's on the website. I know it's running on TV 34, or you can visit the Montclair chapter's NAACP website to get more information if you wish to make a donation for that breakfast.
I heard y'all had a great speaker.
Oh, yes, that's, I heard that too. Let me see. And our guest speaker for that night will be, drum roll for me. The guest speaker is going to be Honorable Dr. Renee Baskerville. So we hope many people will come out and support this great scholarship breakfast. The scholarship funds are going to high school seniors going off to college in, I guess, the summer of this year. So I really don't have anything else at the moment. There is a rental assistance program for those watching at home. It's opening with the Department of Community Affairs. That opens on January 13th at 9 a.m. promptly. You can visit DCA online and sign up for the rental assistance program. That's DCA funding. That funding helps families who may be behind in their rent, and I believe there's some kind of support or financial support that families will receive for about a year if they apply. So I just wanted to share that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. Remember, we're doing committee reports, if you'd like, as well as good of the order.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Mayor. Just a couple of things here. We've been working on the overnight parking situation, and all the data has kind of been analyzed, and we have a meeting scheduled to kind of solidify what streets would be eligible for overnight parking permits. So we also have to work with DCS to, incorporate the street cleaning schedule and things of that nature. It's not as easy as just adding a street. A lot of diligence has to go into it. We're also looking to create a rubric. I've never said that word before I got on the council. I didn't even know it existed, but that's what people on the council like using, so I'm one of you. So that's our goal for overnight parking, but that's coming. A lot of work has been done on it, and it is coming down the pike, hopefully fairly soon. Seymour Street, I've been communicating with some of the folks on Seymour Street, via email and on the phone as well. Last month, the Director of Code Enforcement, Deputy Chief of Police, Director of DCS and Planner Tally, we all met on Seymour Street, and we spent a considerable amount of time assessing, the situation there, and came up with a plan to hopefully remedy some of the issues that folks have been having. One of them is to create a handicap parking spot. I know a couple of residents have been asking about that, so we see that there is enough space to get that to happen, so that's going to make someone's life a lot easier, hopefully. We also noticed that the sidewalk is a lot wider than it needs to be on the west side of the street and can probably be reduced, which will widen the street and potentially add additional parking onto the street as well, which it will be permanent parking, which we'll get into that. The next thing on my list is the creation of a special permit just for Seymour Street, which I believe will be a day and night permit, right? When that Seymour Street development was put in place, there was anticipated that there would be a special permit in place, but it never actually got put in place. So right now, folks have been, I guess, to have 24-hour parking, buying 2 permits for that street. So this, hopefully coming down the pike, hopefully we get that done relatively soon, would create a special permit just for Seymour Street residents. Also, just in digging there, a lot of work done with the folks here at 205, we discovered that there are some spaces, I believe about 11 spaces available on the Seymour Street deck, which is a private deck, but those spaces are at a reduced rate. So there's information coming on that as well. You can contact me and I will give you what information I do have on that, or you can contact the Director of Parking Utility. Last but not least, I'm having a town hall at the main library on January 30th between 6:30 and 8:30 p.m. We're going to have quite a few speakers coming out speaking about Third Ward issues. Please, by all means, bring your questions. And I just want to point out that I think my town hall collectively will be about 9, maybe 10 town halls between all of us up here within a 6-month period of time, maybe a 7-month period of time. And I think a couple of other folks up here have some town halls on the horizon shortly thereafterwards. So we are actually out there and getting in front of you, and as I always say to people when I meet them face to face, you can ask me whatever you like. And if I have an answer for you, I'll answer it. That is all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Deputy Mayor? Sure. First of all, I just want to start out by saying I would like to just publicly thank Paul Burr for his service. I don't think we ever really got a chance to do that. Yes, thank you. I think that many of us appreciated his dedication and his willingness to, just really help us during this transition. So I wanted to say that, and thank you, Mr. Garcia, for coming on board. Let's see. And I also want to thank Councilor Williams for doing all of that heavy lifting with the data analysis for the overnight street parking, and it's really great job, and something that's going to really impact like day-to-day quality of life. I want to just start out January 25th, 11 to 3, Montclair Art Museum. It's the AAPI New Jersey, AAPI Montclair Lunar New Year celebration. It's the Year of the Snake. At the Montclair Art Museum, please come out, and it's going to be a big celebration, live performances, guests, food trucks. Lunar New Year is celebrated, in many Asian countries, China, Korea, Vietnam. And so it's a great way for people, residents of Montclair and surrounding areas, to celebrate their heritage and share it with everyone. So it's going to be really fun. Skip the Stuff the ordinance that we all passed unanimously, that goes into effect March 1st. Just a reminder to get ready. I know that staff here are reaching out to the businesses. The Environmental Commission is preparing the materials and everything for the restaurant owners to use to educate customers and their staff. And so we're going to, be providing updates with respect to that. But just wanted to remind everyone that that's coming down the pike. We have, as far as the town manager search, we have had our first round of interviews with 3 candidates, and our next scheduled special meeting to interview additional candidates is this Friday at 6 o'clock, and I know it has been announced, and so that's continuing, and so stay tuned. And I know that we need to also discuss the process for the hiring of the permanent town attorney. The deadline for resumes is next Wednesday, I believe, January 15th, right? So I anticipate that we're going to be able to communicate how we're going to go about doing that very soon. I guess as far as other things, Vision Zero Task Force has been really hard at work. We're hoping to get the complete street ordinance on an agenda, hopefully maybe by the end of this month, crossing my fingers. But everyone's been working really hard. I also want to share that the mayor asked for a meeting, formally asked for a meeting, which with the county executives, that's going to take place on Monday, the 13th, yes. Right? With the mayor, myself, Councilor D'Amato, and Vision Zero Task Force Chair, as well as county staff. And the topic of discussion is going to be something that a lot of people have been writing to many of us about, which is county roads and Grove Street. And so I'm hoping that's going to be a really good, productive discussion. And I'm going to leave it to Councilor Lockman to talk about Economic Development Committee updates when it's her turn. But those are just some of the things that I've been working on. And thank you to everybody who came out to my community meeting on December 5th. It was a really great conversation, and it really engaged residents.
Councilor Lockman? Yeah. Whoops, I'm sorry. Councilor Lockman?
So the Economic Development Committee, which is myself as chair, Councilor Anderson and Councilor Toller. So we're the Economic Development Committee. We have for our next meeting, which is on January 17th or so, 16th or 17th, we have about 29 items on our agenda to go over, some of them more in depth than others, but certainly this is a committee that has a lot of work to do and a lot of work on its plate. A lot of the issues that we have to look at have to do with housing, affordable housing, Section 8 vouchers, the Airbnb ordinance. That's something we'd like to look at. Home Core, we're still looking at Home Core. We have the Zoning Board of Adjustment does an annual report with recommendations. We'll be looking at that. We have a change to the payment in lieu of when you get a fractional, well, not to go into it, we want to increase the amount that the developer has to put in under certain circumstances if he can't build a unit. We have just, a whole bunch of things that we're looking at, and it's a very, meaty kind of agenda, I think, and so we're up to it, but that's what we're working on at the EDC. We're also, the other thing that I've been working on with both Susan and Eileen is a volunteer handbook for our volunteers. I had started out earlier on in the year saying that I thought we should be indemnifying and defending volunteers for their service, but I think I've withdrawn that recommendation. But in the meantime, we're still looking at how we manage our volunteers, and one of the things we feel we need is a volunteer handbook. We had one that was done in 2015, but it seems to be obsolete at this point. So Susan and Eileen and I will be, Councilors Shin Anderson and Birmingham and I will be working on that. And, you know, that's just the highlights of some of the things that I'm working on.
Thank you. Councilor Birmingham?
Yeah, I will be brief. I will just say the Finance Committee, which is myself, Mayor Baskerville, and Councilor Williams, we have been working on several things, and just I know we're in a period of transition here, but we are, of course, moving forward with our 2025 budget, and I think our goal, one of our primary goals, I mean, we've already talked about some of the pressures this year, but we are really wanting to have an understanding, be very clear about where money is going, what money is coming in, and I think that's one of our goals this year. So stay tuned for that. We've also talked about, developing a plan to update some fees structures for several of the departments. Some of the fees have not been increased in decades, so we're going to be looking at that. There is currently the PBA contract expired at the end of December 2024, and so that will is being renegotiated. We've talked about the Glen Ridge Water Agreement. Also, we have that also is being finalized. There will be a new non-union salary ordinance. Those are just some of the things that are going on, and I think that's it for me tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor D'Amato?
So on Monday, the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, which is composed of Councilors Toller and Lockman and myself, will meet after a break, and we are dealing with two big issues right now, one shorter term and one longer term. The shorter term one, which is important, and also is longer term, is about the library and how to help our wonderful library system bring some of their physical plant and facilities up to scratch, and to put them on a path for the future so that they have a capital budget maybe and can handle it themselves. And then on a longer term thing, we're going to be in discussions about all of the facilities and how we're going to try to look at them holistically. So there's a lot going on there, and I'm very excited about it. I also am on the Communications Committee, but I think I will leave it to the mayor, who I serve on there with, to tell us a surprise that is coming soon. I'll let her have that honor. Thanks.
Thank you. Surprise. That was a surprise. I'm not sure exactly what you're speaking about, but oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, that is a wonderful thing. But in addition to the newsletter, the first one, which just came out, and we're extremely proud of that, with our communications director, Matt. What is his last name? Amaral, who has just been so immeasurably helpful with us. But in addition to that, as a communication committee, we're also talking about ways that we can get things up online so that you guys can access them, like our committee reports. So this is one venue, so we can talk about them here, but also people can then access them online if we move forward with this and pull them up so that you can read them, just like agendas and other things, and find out, when is Councilor Birmingham having a meeting and what happened at her meeting and those type of things. So we're really working on enhancing the communication efforts here. And one of the things that I know many of you are thinking about, and when we were running, many people touched on it, which is the remote ability to be able to actually call in and have some type of communication. We don't know where we're going with that, but I just want you guys to know that we're definitely having those discussions. We're going to discuss them as a group, and the three of us will, opine, and we will listen to Matt's recommendations, and then we'll come back and usually what happens is when we meet in the groups of 3, then we come back and we will ask opinions of the rest of the council, because it's because of the 7 of us working together that we're able to accomplish so many things. So, yeah, we're doing that, and I'm excited about that. The other thing is, I think we were talking about it much earlier, and all of us in some shape or form have been involved, not just with Vision Zero, but with safe streets, whether it's with parking or whatever. And so there's another committee called the Essex County Safety Action Plan Advisory Committee, and I share on that committee with our planner, Janice Talley, Laura Torchio from Vision Zero, and Debbie Kagan, and a bunch of people from Essex County, Newark, Livingston, and surrounding areas. And I like that because it's a collaborative way for us to look at how we're all interconnected in terms of the streets, and how whatever happens, if we're going to do some safe street things in Newark that inevitably, say on Bloomfield Avenue, whatever, we're going to be affected here. And so we're talking, and there's grant money associated with that. So the county got a large amount of grant money, and Montclair was fortunate enough to get equal to that amount of money. And so I'm happy to be able to work on that. And moving forward, since it's not a, it doesn't appear to be a closed group, certainly if 2 other people from this council wish to participate, then I'm sure there will be an opportunity for others to participate. The other committees, I guess, that I share on, there's a committee called Human Services. And it's really a very interesting committee, because most of what goes on in the township can be a human service. And while we haven't quite flushed out things like the affordable housing comes under the human services, and I've been attending the affordable housing meetings, and they recently presented a plan to the planning board for review. And I'm excited about that. The planning board will be reviewing the affordable housing along with the zoning board and other things. Again, we're all interconnected and working together as one for the betterment of Montclair. And let's see, what else did we talk about there? The finance committee you guys talked about. And oh, listen, look, the one that was begging me to have this set aside so we can do this is now telling me it's bedtime. So, yeah, I agree with her. I'm happy that we did have the opportunity here. Now she understands, while I was saying it'd be great if we can get this stuff in writing and put it online with our communications committee. And thank you all for watching. I thank the council. I think that we are at a better place now than when we started tonight, and I'm hopeful and, ready to get some work done. So thank you all. I'd like to give our deputy mayor an opportunity for good of the order, followed by our manager and our attorney. Madam Clerk.
I have no report, thank you.
Thank you. Manager LaPola.
Nothing from me, Mayor.
Okay. Attorney Garcia.
Not surprisingly, I do not have anything yet.
Come on.
Thank you all for bringing me on to help out in this interim basis. I'm happy to be here, and I look forward to
Can I
working with
ask
all.
you a question?
Yes.
So
Oh, you said you wanted to go to bed when I was talking. No questions. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Motion to adjourn. Can I get a second?
yeah, just
Second.
Motion to adjourn. Second. All in favor? Aye. All right.